Products, putting people's safety first.
As a proud, wholly owned subsidiary of ABH, North Safety has been supplying personal protective equipment for over 50 years. From its beginnings in 1956, we are represented throughout Sub-Saharan Africa and up into parts of Central, East and Western Africa. North is a leading supplier of respiratory, hearing, eye, face, head and hand protection, as well as protective clothing, footwear and various specialized safety items. We are the only company in Africa that can supply you with a North branded product from head to toe. We are also a leading distributor for other well-established brands such as DuPont, Uvex, 3M, Bova and Rebel, to name a few. We supply end users, distributors and also specialize in managed on-site stores. North Safety is constantly improving its service and product standards to meet customers' expectations, and international specifications include those of the EN and ANSI. Our ongoing investment in product development ensures that North Safety products will remain one of Africa's leading personal protective suppliers. I invite you to join me in a brief tour of North Safety facilities and offerings.
Durban, South Africa is where we begin. In July 2007, the control of North Safety Products Africa was localized to form part of an empowered, diversified industrial holding company known as African Boomerang Holdings. North has an exclusive agency agreement with North Honeywell to represent the North brand in Sub-Saharan Africa. North prides itself with importing high-quality products that comply with international standards to ensure optimal performance. We subscribe to transparency, honesty, and integrity in all our dealings. We embrace entrepreneurship, believe in empowering people, building relationships, and improving lives. Pinetown, as the head office of ABH and North Safety Products, accommodates the National Finance and Admin Departments, the National Central Distribution Centre and Manufacturing Facility, as well as the KwaZulu-Natal Sales Branch. Our manufacturing plant in New Germany boasts a 5,200 square metre facility, which houses various production lines. North Safety pioneered the manufacturing of PVC gloves in the early 1960s. The range of PVC gloves manufactured complies with the SADC specification for chemical resistance. North boasts a comprehensive range of head protection, including safety caps, hard hats, brow guards and visors. The hard hat range comprises of various styles and is manufactured under the South African standard SANS 1397. The products can be manufactured to meet various customer requirements, such as high heat, molten splash, electrical insulation, and in a variety of standard or high-vis colors, and a glow-in-the-dark option. North assisted with the establishment of Siya Phambili Clothing Manufacturers in 2001. Siya Phambili employs their own staff to manufacture PVC clothing, pneumo jackets, and specialized gloves. North Safety has spent a great deal of time and resources on enterprise development. We believe this element is broad-based empowerment in its purest sense. In addition to this, North has launched their own range of workwear, where we have designed an off-loom range of standard and high-quality specialized textiles that we import. These textiles are independently tested to ensure that they meet their specific requirements. We then have these textiles cut on-site to the SABS or North patterns to ensure that our styles are never compromised. We then deliver these cut garments to our exclusively contracted local CMT factory for construction. North also imports products from Asia, Europe, Canada, and the USA. PVC warehouse with its bond and rebate stores receives and distributes daily to the various branches, on-site stores and retail customers throughout sub-Saharan Africa. North Safety Products have a national footprint and are represented in all the major centres. All our branches have a comprehensive sales team comprising of a branch manager, internal sales and external sales representatives. The branch administrators, together with our warehouse staff, have a fleet of vehicles which are capable of servicing customers on a daily basis from their own branch warehouses. North Johannesburg is located inland. These offices are based in Isando. Our 3,200 square meter North Safety Products Johannesburg facility is where our Exports Department, National Sales and Marketing Department, National Commercial Division, as well as one of our many branches is based in Isando. In addition, the Isando facility has a training center which offers ongoing product-specific training to the staff as well as to the customer. This training facility has a wide range of our products for a touch and feel style of intensive training. The Exports Department, with its own bond store in Isando, supplies products into countries such as Namibia, Zambia, Zimbabwe, Malawi, Tanzania, Congo, Guinea, Mauritius and Madagascar. The Commercial Department, with their team, is responsible for the smooth running of our national contracts. Their contract implementation team is instrumental in the successful implementation of on-site stores, consignment stock agreements and other turnkey service solutions. One of the flagship on-site stores that North has acquired is the on-site facility based at Rio Tinto, Richards Bay Mineral Site. One of North's safety key strengths is its contract business, where time and money have been invested to create management systems and protocols to ensure smooth running and high service levels. North has the ability to customize the on-site solution to suit specific site requirements. Our NICS, or North Inventory Control System, has been developed to facilitate and manage the complete process of issuing PPE, tracking of budgets per employee, per product, per cost center, and reporting on the resulting transactional data in any format that may be required. All of which will add value to the service offered and will result in decreased operating cost benefits for the customer. North strives to meet the technical requirements of products, to exceed all expectations of service, and to anticipate the future needs of its key customers. North Safety Products have positioned themselves as a market leader with a significant competitive advantage. North Safety Products, putting people's safety first.
Ladies and gentlemen, could we please take our seats? We are about to start the program. Yesterday was phenomenal. You know, yesterday, I'm sure all of you has picked up some beautiful gems. You learned some phenomenal messages, and there's a lot to take away from yesterday. I learned two things yesterday. Learn, unlearn, relearn. But then UBS came, and said, program, unprogram, reprogram. That was one of the things I learned. What were the things you learned? What inspired you yesterday? But when the DG spoke about life, it touched me. He said, we have challenges. Don't be quiet. Don't stand back. Don't let the world and the disaster strike you. Stand up. And the stand you should take is the stand of humanity. You know, today is a day where we had a leadership conference where we are learning future skills, future technologies. Is today the day, no matter what, we take full responsibility. We stand up as a leader. So as a leader, those were one of the few messages I learned. Is there anyone that learned a message yesterday? Remember today, I told you we're going to have fun. It's interactive. It's engaging. So I want you to interact with me, engage with me, and participate. My name is Abdul Manak. I'm going to be your host, and I'm excited to be here today. I see my phone's going on, so all protocols apply. Let's keep our phones off. Sorry about that.
Tell him he's busy. Send a check to ICANN, okay?
Yes, and my name is Abdul Manak, and I am, I-am. So what is I am? When we attach I am to anything, we give it power. So when you say I am beautiful, I am awesome, I am grateful, we give it power. Clarity is power. So I want to start by saying thank you. Thank you for coming. You could be anywhere today, but you chose to be with us today. We are excited to have you. I am excited, and David's excited to have you here because we have lined up an informative, an interactive, and inspirational show. Today marks our 22nd ICANN Annual Leadership Dialogue about future skills and future technology. Yesterday, we started unpacking the impact of the fourth industrial revolution in how technology and future skills are shaping the future. What digital skills do we need? What is the technical skills we need? Yesterday, we unpacked lots of discussions with regarding to that. And with regarding to yesterday, I want to ask you, when I greeted you, I said we're going to have fun. Am I right? Who remember we said we're going to have fun? So I want to ask you, when I greeted you now, what did you notice about me? Is there anything you noticed? Anyone noticed anything about me? Yes? Vibrant? Anything else? Energetic? Anything else?
You smoked something illegal.
I smoked something illegal. What did you notice about my face? What did you say? A smile. When someone smiles, it goes a mile. It inspires me. So as a smile, I'm giving you a chocolate, give a smile. 100 million, one chocolate. I see David picked up his hand, so when you take action and you pick up your hand immediately, I give you a present. Are you excited? I see Daniel's also picking up his hand. When David's picking up his hand here, I'm giving you a chocolate. See, let me tell you, your smile increases your face value. Smiling, ladies, is the best makeup you can wear. Am I right? So, what I want you to do is see the person on the right and the left. I want you to give him the most awesome smile. But before you do the smile, tell them about this smile. Say, you look awesome. You look incredible, and I love your smile. Come on, let's do it, guys. I see when David spoke yesterday about networking, I see you guys love networking. Eh? I see immediately there was immediate networking. But as we're networking and we're smiling, you know, let us recognize our national anthem. So I would ask you please, at this moment, to please stand, rise for the national anthem. Please remain standing. I would like to call upon Dr. Malope's wife, Faith. You know, prayer is a weapon of a believer. Prayer is something that shows gratitude, inspires us, and when we start with prayer, it uplifts us to the next level. So I would like to call upon Faith, who would share prayer with us.
Good morning. Yes, can we bow our heads and pray? Heavenly Father, we thank you so much for this beautiful day. Thank you, Dad. The Bible says this is the day that you have made for us to rejoice and be glad in it. Father, we are so grateful for the gift of life today. It is not by our might and our spirit, but God, it is by your grace that we woke up today. Siyabonga Nkulunkulu wethu onamandla. We pray that even today you guide us, you lead us in everything, God, that is going to be happening in this place. We pray for your presence. Holy Spirit, you are our helper. You are our guidant. We give you your platform in this place. Whatever Nkulunkulu ongcwele ezofundiswa in this place, Nkulunkulu namandla, open our ears and open our eyes to see Nkulunkulu ongcwele, and give us the wisdom and all the strategies that are needed ukuthi kuyolungiswa la kumele kulungiswe khona, ukuthi kuyobuildwa la kumele kubuildwe khona. For we know that you are that God who honors a meeting, efuna something that will build, something that will bring a change. You are that God who is pleased with any meeting that is calling for a change. We are praying ke Nkulunkulu namandla that may be the results Nkulunkulu othandekayo that will give back glory to you. We pray that you may protect us and our loved ones who are not even with us. Let Nkulunkulu ongcwele kungabikho any distraction as we are here. We pray that, Heavenly Father, no one will receive any call that will distract the program. We pray that, Heavenly Father, you be with us and take care of everything that has to do with us. We pray, Heavenly Father, that you comfort even that one who came here, Nkulunkulu ongcwele, confused, having no direction. We pray that, Heavenly Father, after this meeting, Nkulunkulu othandekayo, you will give a direction to that confused person. We pray that, Heavenly Father, whoever is here, Nkulunkulu ongcwele, crying for a door to be opened, we pray that, Heavenly Father, you can do a miracle. You are that God who sees inhliziyo zethu and who knows our destiny. We pray that, Heavenly Father, today may someone, Nkulunkulu ongcwele, athole lento ekudala ifisa, that if I can meet with somebody doing this or having this, my life will never be the same. We pray that, Heavenly Father, this may be a nil point for some of us for our breakthroughs and our destiny. In Jesus' mighty name, you are our God. who watches over us. As we are seated here, your eyes are moving to and fro because you are God who searches the hearts. Whoever has a willing heart for whatever that you have blessed him or her with, if the heart is willing to be a blessing to somebody else, you are that God who wants to sit down and dwell and eat with that person. We thank you, Heavenly Father, that even today our lives will never be the same. May you be glorified. All the honor and adoration belongs to you. In Jesus' mighty name we have prayed. And everybody say amen.
What a beautiful prayer. You know, prayer brings a word to me. Push. P-U-S-H. If ever you channeled, if ever you challenged in life, push. Pray until something happens. Pray until something happens. So keep pushing. Thank you so much, Faith, for that beautiful prayer. Very inspiring and very heartening. I think what a beautiful way to start. Am I right? Before we get started, I would like to express my sincere appreciation to all those who helped make today possible. It is because of you today has happened. Thank you so much to our sponsors, to UBS, who make life better. Thank you so much for participating and always being in the forefront of our sponsors and making this event. So thank you so much, sir. Also for Fortify Africa for coming on board. If you're not evolving, you aren't moving forward. So you're moving forward with us, and we're excited to have you with us. Funzi for also interacting with us, engaging with us, and being part of today. EEC, Skyco for the beautiful screens, as you can see up here. ICANN. You know, thank you so much always with Doctor and his team for always being part of coordinating awesome events like these. You know, Life Destiny. So let's give a round of applause for our awesome sponsors who's made today possible. Thank you so much. At this point, I would also like to welcome all our online guests. You know, Doc says online is on top, but online is right here online. So I love when he says online. So everyone who's live streaming on Facebook, on ICANN, Leadership Institute Africa, thank you for going online. I want you to also go online, interact with our online platforms. Go on the Facebook page, share comments, interact, and engage with us, because social media is a beautiful platform. At this point, I would like to welcome our host. Today is only possible because of his vision. As chairperson of ICANN Leadership, an organization that inspires, empowers, and equips leaders in such a way that they raise leaders and impacting nations to strive forward with integrity. Dr. David Molapo has the ability, and always when I've been with him, he's mesmerized us. He's mesmerized his audience all over the world, all around the country, all over Africa. A person who is a person of God, a teacher, someone who is a mentor to me and always inspired me when he speaks. And I'm sure he's going to inspire you. So let's raise for Dr. David Molapo.
Thank you so much, my brother. Can we say Viva to Abdul? Viva! He's a tall man. I'm a man who's vertically challenged, so thank you. Thank you so much again for being here with us on day 2 of our 22nd SADC Leadership Conference, focusing on future technologies and future skills. Thank you for those men and women, ladies and gentlemen, leaders who are watching us online. Let's also welcome them with a round of applause, please, at this time. Also want to thank the technical team. We normally don't thank the technical team. Thank you so much again to the technical team. And today we want to do something special. Arnold, please stand up. Stand up, Arnold. Let's look that side. Video, camera, let's look that side. It's his birthday today, so let's sing for him. Let's go, yeah. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, Arnold Chizunza. Happy birthday to you. Hip, hip. Thank you. Arnold is always behind the scenes. Mr. President, you know, he's the one who's handling cybersecurity, digital citizenship, and things like that. Again, as my brother Abdul says, can we also please, for the EEC people, please stand up. Ekuruleni, for just being one of our bronze sponsors. Please, let's stand up. Let's give him a wonderful round of applause. Thank you so much. Isapotienu, we appreciate it. Then Ulwembu for being our platinum, our top sponsors. Please, Ulwembu, stand up. Let's recognize you. Let's recognize Ulwembu, Spider's Web. And then Fortify Africa for being our silver. Please stand up. Let's realize and thank them. Thank you so very much. And also, KG, I saw you standing up on that side. Now, before I introduce our speaker, all the way from the Eastern Cape, guys, please don't be jealous. My wife is from the Eastern Cape. I'm going to call people from Ikaya TV, please, to come up here. It's called proof of evidence. They must know that you are here. Please, all the people, the acting principals, let's come and just welcome them all the way from the Eastern Cape TVET. But there's supposed to be 7. Where are the other 3? Obasekon, yeah. Deputy Chair, let me give you this mic here. It's sanitized already. Yeah. Deputy Chair, first of all, introduce yourself. And remember, thousands are watching you online, including your team, Ekaya. They know that you are here. This is live.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Doc. My name is Xoliso Hewu. I'm the Deputy Chairperson of Ikhala TVET College. We are based in Queenstown. We've got a campus in Stakespruit, in Alwal North, Ezibeleni. So those are our campuses. But in terms of my hometown, I'm based in Cape Town, but originally from AU, from the Eastern Cape. I'm not a princess, though. Thank you.
Siabonga, again, want to say thank you so much. I mean, driving, flying, whatever you have to do to be with us, and that's great. Because our keynote speaker is going to be Ibosu Ibraetu Babusanele. So thank you so much, and you must tell your daughter to learn to speak Sotho, you know.
Okay.
Yeah.
We
definitely.
Sure.
Thank you. Let's give our runner. Oh, hold on. Acting principal, come on,
Yeah.
sir. Yes. Just give him the mic, please, sir. Introduce yourself.
I was so much unlike you today. Good morning, everyone. My name is Mkondi Spikisha, Deputy Principal, Academic Services at Ikhala TVET College. At the moment, I am holding the fort as an acting principal. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Yes.
Let's give them again some love. Thank you, Sisi. Welcome. Life is like a coin. You may use it any way you wish, but you can only use it one time. The next speaker is going to inspire us, share with us on how to maximize and optimize this thing called life. I met him a couple of years ago, Ubabu Sanele Mlochwa, and being a prophet myself, giving prophetic voice, I'll say to you, Doctor Sanele Mlochwa. I want to sing exam. He is a humble man, which is one of the qualities I like about him, one of the attributes I like about him. Because sometimes when we are leaders, we forget the instructions from Jesus that we must feed the sheep, not feed the giraffe. There is something about positional leadership sometimes that makes us to be drunk with power. And we forget that we are here as leaders to serve. He's an example of a man who served as a teacher, as a lecturer, as an organizer. He now is the principal of Majuba TVET College, and I know they're watching him now. In a year, they've got about 32,000 students in Majuba. And currently, he's the president of all the TVET colleges together. And then you heard yesterday, he's now been promoted to become the regional director of one of these institutions out of 6. Babu Sanele Mlocha, we say we love you, sir. He's a man of God, he's a pastor, but you'll see Abdul, what he's wearing. Slim jeans, techies, there's no cross, there's no dove. To some of you Abafundis, we need to be relevant. Let's put our hands together for Dr. Sanele Mlocha, all the way from Majuba. Thank you, Baba.
Thank you very much, Doc, Dr. Mlapo, my big brother and my old friend. Let me extend my greetings to SG and all dignitaries. Sis Faith, thank you very much for a very powerful prayer. We started to feel things moving. Thank you very much. Those who can detect those things. The Holy Spirit is with us, and I'm sure it's helping us to make this a success. Let me extend my greetings to the TVET colleges that are here amongst us today, especially the Eguruleni East TVET College were with us even yesterday, as well as the Ikala TVET College from Eastern Cape. Those are my cronies. So as I introduced myself yesterday, a president is always a president. You may choose to put the former or the whatever, but the president is always a president. It's like usbar, nombanga remains bar, mantangan says bar. So I'm about to hand over the baton to the new president, as I'm going to be the regional manager. I can't be the president of them. I was the president because I was one of the 50. Now I've been elevated to be one of the 6, just like Daniel. So, because there are 50 TVET colleges and then 50 principals, I was president of all of them at that level. Now I've been told to go and now hold the collected 9, which is a region of KZN. Now I'll be amongst the 6 who's shouldering the entire department. And then above me is DTG for the branch, because the department is also having 6 branches. TVET branch, university branch, CET branch, corporate branch, skills branch, and finance. So each DTG is then shouldering the branch, but on top of all of us is Dr. Sishi, who's now the the Director General of the department, who's also carrying all these 6 branches. So that's how the hierarchy of our system. And now I'm part of the 6, and I think it's the most strategic and powerful position, because it's a matter of connecting with my other 5 colleagues in other regions to say this is what we are doing in KZN and what is it that we can do. I think what is important for today's gathering and my talk is that we want to create an ecosystem. Yes, an ecosystem where, when I present the presentation here, you'll have to identify where you can plug in. Because nobody has no role to play here. All of us has roles. It's just sometimes we fight for a particular hole when there are so many other holes we can plug in. Let's plug in from here, come out with something and say, hey, I'll pursue this one. Then let's see how do we assist each other in ensuring, because what we want to do in a skills revolution, there is no one single man that can deliver that. But different people, as I indicated yesterday, that as much as we can teach theory, we can have practice in the workshop, we still need industry for exposure and to learn what is the latest. Doesn't help to continue training people on the technologies that are already out of the system. We must train things on the current things, so that when you can't train the students, the mechanical students on the carburetors when there is no car with the carburetor outside. They go out, they have to look for something else. So it's important that when they are in the training, they get exact training that they are getting. So my president now is going to take my position as the president, who's part of the principals, is the principal of Moteo TVET College, Professor MDM Putsitsi. She's the one who was my deputy. Now she's going to act as president up until the next elective NGC. So I've already handed the baton to her. I think I've trained her when she was still serving under me. We have made big progress in the TVET system. In fact, when I became president in 2018, that organization was called SACPO, which was the South African College Principals Organization. I used to call it the SACP. Oh. Now it's called SAPCO, because we have evolved It's no longer an organization for principals. Now it's organization for colleges. It's now South African Public Colleges Organization because we organize every area in the TVET college except councils up until they volunteer themselves to be organized by us. But we have deputy principals, academics. They are organized in their trust. And deputy principal finance, organized, deputy principal corporate, deputy principal innovation development. They are all organized, including campus managers, triple S managers. We organize, including the student leadership at the college level. We just left out the councils. They are still organizing themselves. Because we want to make this ecosystem to speak to each other. We don't work in silos. They must know, Machuba must know what is happening at Tikala, Eastern Egurumeni East must know what is happening at Guruleni West, because at times the neighboring colleges, they don't know what each college is offering. And they end up duplicating and struggling in some areas when they have, Guruleni East is having a well and fully fledged workshop in particular area, and the Guruleni West is suffering for the very same thing. It's close to them, they can access any time, but because they don't know, then it's created a problem. Now we must create an ecosystem where every area is speaking to each other. I think as regional manager, I'm going to be more influential in that. There's no college that is monopolizing whatever, infrastructure, human resource. When you have the best, share with others so that we are able to grow as a unit or as a branch. So today I'm going to speak. I've given 20 minutes. I think I've already exhausted my, let's say, 3 minutes of my speech. I'm remaining with 17. I'm speaking to future skills, future technologies. I'll be focusing on the TVET sector because we are all interested in ensuring that TVET sector is positioned such that it is the sector that is producing the skills that are required for our economy, that is going to help our economy going forward. You can then move to the next slide. There are objectives of this presentation. I'm going to run on it. I'm not going to spend a lot of time. But importance of ICT within South African economy and ICT skills shortage in South Africa, program offering linked to 4IR at TVET colleges initiatives linked to 4IR, role of TVET college lecturers within COVID-19 pandemic, future technologies that TVET colleges need, and smart cities, township revitalization, ICT, and well skills. The importance of ICT skills within the South African economy. South Africa has one of the largest information and communication technology ICT markets in Africa. It shows technological leadership in the module software field, security software, as well as electronic banking services. As an increasingly important contributor to South Africa's GDP, the country's ICT and electronics sector is both sophisticated and developing. Several international corporate operate subsidiaries from South Africa, including IBM, Unisys, Microsoft, Intel Systems, Application Protocols, Dell, Novell, and Compaq. It is seen as the regional hub and supply base for neighboring countries. That is South Africa. ICT skills shortage in South Africa, the cybersecurity skills gap. 4 million professionals needed worldwide, including South Africa. And every 39 seconds, a cyber attack occurs somewhere in the world. These attacks cost organizations an average of about $13 million, and the cumulative global value at the risk from being destroyed amounts to approximately $5.2 trillion in the period from 2019 to 2023, according to Accenture. And other ICT skills shortages in South Africa. Critical ICT skills required in South Africa as per the Department of Home Affairs, Government Gazette 44164 of 18 February 2021, and the ICT project manager, data management managers, and multimedia specialists, ICT systems analysts, data scientists, software developers, program analysts, network analysts, and ICT security specialists. Current ICT DED funded programs or skills curriculum in the TVET colleges. Current TVET colleges offer both the NCV curriculum with information and communication technologies program offering within the NCV program. And the curriculum focuses on information systems and systems development and computer programming, computer hardware and software systems analysis and design. The NATED program, which is a report 191, offers management assistance with soft skills training on Microsoft Office and newly introduced cloud computing, networking, etc. There are also qualifications. I think I'm happy that the SG is here, because the programs I was talking about before, which are called ministerial programs, that are divided into two, is NCV program, which is National Certification Vocational, as well as the NATED program, Report 191. Those are ministerial programs with a fixed curriculum. And I zoomed in where the 4IR features, those programs that contains programs that requires, like ICT and all those programs that are offered there. But I don't think those ministerial programs are leading us to the direction where the country is going. The country requires occupational programs. And the ministerial programs are fully funded by government, but occupational programs are not funded. Now, what we need as a country to take us forward and improve our economy is not funded. What is not necessarily helping us is funded. That is a mismatch. We have to find a way how to move from there and follow where we're pointing the direction to. The direction of our country is pointing to occupational programs. Indeed, the department has started because now we have the so-called COS, which is the Center of Specialization program, which is a dual program where students that are in the college for theory, then they are already partnered with the industry for a particular time. They are then in the industry, then they will produce that's the kind of education we want. That now is now funded, but it's not for all colleges, very few colleges, because it's still a pilot. And then we are saying that need to be extended to other colleges. Unfortunately, the requirement for entering into that particular program, you must have infrastructure in place. And that infrastructure is assessed whether it meets the requirements. And majority of our colleges do not have that infrastructure. But those who have infrastructure, they are assisted, they are students now, I think they are now going to produce the second lot of it. Majuba is one of those centers of specialization, as we are specializing on boiler making. And then few others, I think in the country were only 13 that are centers of specialization. Guruleni East is also a center of specialization. For which trade? Do you know you are a COS for what? I think for boiler making as well, because boiler making, I know that yourselves and Majuba we are offering the same specialization. So I know that Ikala is not. It is. No, for 4IR, that's a different program. I'm talking about centers of specialization. Yeah, right. Now let me move to this. The QCO has developed the following qualification in ICT, which is ICT Communications Assistant. This qualification is a combination of theory, practical, and workplace, which has the three legs that are required when you want to produce the good and the competent graduate. It must have a theory, it must have a practice, it must have an industry experience. Without those, if one is lacking, that particular graduate is still going to suffer. This qualification offering should be funded by THEAD. Currently, it's not. It must be funded by THEAD for TVET colleges in the near future as part of occupational programs funding. I must also indicate that I'm a member of the QCTO board. In fact, I'm an executive member and the chairperson of the quality assurance of the QCTO. I'm that side so that when TVET colleges submit their application for accreditation, it's not become very difficult for them to acquire that or to get that. But they must also meet the minimum requirements for them to be able to offer those qualifications, because it doesn't help to give an accreditation to a college that does not have the infrastructure to execute that particular mandate. There are also CETA-funded ICT skills training offered at TVET colleges. Many TVET colleges are also offering a 4IR curriculum in the form of skills programs and learnerships. These include accredited learnerships with MICT SETA, end-user computing, technical support and electronics, system development, system support and computer programs, telecommunication systems, database administration, and database development. Other MICT SETA accredited skills courses offered by TVET colleges is broadcast engineering, film and television production operation. Machuba has recently had a graduation for these students who are in film and television production, which I think it's a growing industry because a number of our kids, they want to participate in the world stage in terms of acting and presenting in the TV, television and radio. So this is what entails: graphic web design and multimedia, PC engineering and PC support, telecommunication network operations, photography, radio production and sound technology, website development, 2D and 3D animation, advertising and interactive media. So I think this platform also helps just to display what is there, what TVET colleges are doing. Because people don't know what we are doing. And not all TVET colleges are doing everything. So these are the things that are there in the TVET colleges. Now, I think this gathering is going to be able then to zoom into which colleges are doing what. I may not give answers here, but as I'm going to share my contacts, I'll be able to respond to yourselves, to say, if this is your area of specialization and you want to plug into these particular colleges that are doing this kind of programs, I think I will be able to do that. And Doc, I think next year, I have a responsibility to bring about 10 TVET colleges to be this platform. We are not going to get a big chunk of them at the same time. Maybe today 2 are here, but I think we need to add another 8. And you two must remain permanent members of this. Because that's where you can link to partnerships. You can get people to work with. Don't close yourself in your corner and don't expose yourself. This is a very good platform. In fact, for everything. Even if you go away with one partner here, that will say, I'll follow you, I'll come there, wherever you are. This is what we'll do together. And this must not be a talk shop, but must be an action-oriented platform. Other short skills courses offered at TVET colleges, ICDL and mobile applications, Cisco training by becoming Cisco Network Academy or an Oracle Microsoft certification. Colleges accredited as Microsoft training centers. Let's move. Future skills, future technologies that TVET colleges can offer: 3D printing, drone piloting, data scientists, software development, cloud computing, cybersecurity, digital skills, robotics, and coding. Those are the, oh, now I'm running before you. Then funding future skills, future technologies that TVET colleges can offer. It is clear that the future skills indicated as future technologies is aligned to the National Development Plan and closely linked to the National Skills Development Plan and the HRD strategy of the country. One of the challenges of the program offering is funding. That's the main thing. You may want to offer something. If it's not funded, you have a problem. Yep. Because there must be funding first, create an environment, recruit students. Well, you don't recruit students when you don't have funding. But the other part is, when you have funding, you must have partners who are going to take you that route. For example, you want to offer cybersecurity. You can't do that on your own. You have to get people with knowledge, with certificates, who are qualified to do so. But if you are not moving, nobody is going to move for you. You have to do something. And TVET colleges must therefore partner with industry and other stakeholders, private sector, to possibly fund or co-fund some of the programs. That's what I was talking about yesterday. That's why my research particularly, and it's going to be provoking. And I intentionally chose that particular topic. And anyway, I'm studying through the University of Free State to say I want to establish a strategy to enrich the role of stakeholders in the management of curriculum delivery in the TVET colleges. Because people are standing on the sidelines shouting this, they are not doing anything and they are producing wrong skills, but they are not coming to the party to say this is what we want, this is how we should do it. And they must also indicate what compensation they want. Because government have tried a lot. Government is paying stipends, offering them free labor. They are encouraging them to come to the party. They are not coming to the party. Now they must tell us what is it, what more do they want? I know that at the end they complain that we are not producing the skills we want. We are saying, come in, tell us what skills we want. Tell us what material should we put in our curriculum. How should we then, if we can create a pool of industry people who are going to come as visiting professors or visiting lecturers or facilitators to colleges from time to time, so that they ensure that the production is a quality. That's what we want. In fact, that is the reason why, in terms of the college council, there is a position that is not even applied for a donor rep, where the college must look around and see which industry they participate more. For example, at Machuba, we have ArcelorMittal and work very well with them. We have a seat for ArcelorMittal in our board. Not to end in the council, but to go and participate in academic board. Not to end there, but participate in the curriculum committee. So that we are able to close the intention of council is that. And I think we need to re-clarify that matter. Even those who are applying to become council members, they must indicate what they bring into the council. They are not just bringing to be members of the board without any skill, anything. Because after that, they are the ones who must link the college with the partners. They must go out and show that we have relevant partnerships because they came with different skills. This one person who's coming from industry is not going to make a lot of difference if others are not also assisting and coming with the skills that are required. So I think that's what we need to do, and we are going to achieve that. TVET colleges can apply to SETAs for discretionary grant funding with discussion with SETAs to fund the specialized technical ICT programs. National Skills Fund as possible source of funding avenue by submission of proposal with exit strategies. That's one area that is, I think, underutilized, the issue of NSF. There is a report that there is a lot of funding that is not utilized in NSF. And when window periods are open for TVET colleges to apply, majority of colleges are not applying. They are not going to apply if they don't have partners who are relevant, who understand how to pursue those particular areas. That's why it's important, at least, partner so that when funding comes, you don't struggle. And then the money is available, they end up going back to Treasury, and we don't want that to happen, and complain that we are underfunded. Challenges of TVET colleges offering future skills, future technologies, funding, physical resources, infrastructure, human resource, skills shortages, lack of partnership with private sector. These are the challenges that we always have. We struggle to have partners. I think, Dr. Mlapo, one of the areas, I don't know, somebody must be working on this. We need somebody who's active in establishing partnerships for colleges. You link colleges, you partner them, and then you see how do you utilize that space. Because we have some colleges, not all, do have the deputy principal innovation and development. That person is in charge of linkages and partnership, but is too limited to go across, especially start internally, locally, and go abroad. Going abroad, you may just secure one partner or not. So, but if there are people amongst us here who's working on that, how to link colleges with partners that are going to serve their purpose. Then the above challenges can be mitigated by innovations and development partnerships with industry, academic board, college council, industry representatives, stakeholder engagement, the special private sector, lecturer capacitation, reskilling of staff, capital budget on infrastructure and funding application to SETAs. I just want to finish. I'm just rushing. I'll just finish in few minutes from now. TVET colleges initiatives linked to the future technologies. Samsung Academy. Samsung Academy is now at Tswane, North TVET College, Khatsibande, Eguruleni, and Eguruleni East, as well as Eguruleni West College, among other colleges. They work on this. They have an academy that is helping on that. There is also a young child of SAPCO, which is a partnership with Huawei, Chinese telecom giant Huawei and South African college principals or South African public colleges organization have partnered to cultivate ICT talent in technical and vocational education and training colleges. This partnership officially announced online, not today, a few years ago, but now, as we speak, 47 different colleges out of 50 are now members of academies of this. And somebody will say, where are the three? The three are having challenges. Two of them are having acting principals who have no mandate to enter into partnership, who haven't been cleared as to how to operate. We are working on that. And one of them is under administration. It's not that an academy. But we are really pushing that all 50 TVET colleges must be academies for the Huawei, so that they are able to benefit from this partnership. Furthermore, more than 200 instructors are being trained to offer Huawei accredited courses. TVET College is linked to 4IR initiatives. There is also Cisco Training Academy. Kangala TVET College from Mpumalanga is doing CCNA 1 to 4 and IT Essentials. Falls Bay TVET College in Western Cape is also a Cisco Certified Networking Associate. College of Cape Town is also Cisco IT Specialist. ETDP SITA 2020 to 2022 4IR projects linked to TVET College. I think that's where ICALA also fall. The ETDP SITA signed an MOA with DHET for 4IR project to implement ICT centers of excellence at some TVET colleges. I'm sure ICALA is one of those ICT centers of excellence. This will include the capacitation of lecturers and management, student development, and enhancing facilities of TVET college sector. ETDP SITA will be funding the project from discretionary grant funding with a funding value of more than 35 million rand. It's quite a huge funding. TVET colleges identified for the ETDP SITA were the following: Coalfield, Western, TVET College, Lepalale, Hlanzeni, Vuselela, Northern Cape, and the West Coast. I did not mention others, there are 10 in all. Right focus areas on the 4IR ETDP SITA funded projects, these are the focal areas. If your company is around this, I think you are at the right place. Artificial intelligence, coding, robotics, autonomous mobility, networking, additive manufacturing, Internet of Things, cloud technology, cyber-physical systems, cognitive computing, and agribusiness. Role of TVET colleges, TVET college lecturers in 4IR. The fourth industrial revolution is now impacting TVET colleges and generally both basic and higher education more than ever. The COVID-19 pandemic has pushed us, has affected the educational system worldwide, leading to the near total closure of schools and universities and colleges. Teaching is moving online on a very untested terrain and unprecedented scale. The TVET colleges lecturers have to therefore adapt to a more diverse methodology of teaching and learning, which places tremendous reliance on technology. There you come in, Mr. Shabalala. Technologies used by lecturers during COVID-19 pandemic, mobile learning, e.g. creating WhatsApp group or use of iPads, laptop, etc., with students and delivering curriculum making activities, giving, uploading presentation videos, and some of them, they term that as an LMS. Some of them term sending the videos with WhatsApp as an LMS. It's not. But they really believe it's an LMS. If you ask them, what LMS do you have? We use WhatsApp. Video conferencing and classroom technologies, then we have a lot to do, Mr. Shabalala. Posting of videos and presentation on Collab website, social media, that's not an LMS. But the use of WebEx, Skype, Zoom, Microsoft, we are all now used to that, but that is not an LMS. Negotiating with telecommunication companies for reasonable rates on data, etc. I think we are on that one as DHET. We're engaging with these big MNOs to provide the zero-rated data for all the teaching and learning material. Colleges have developed portals, the LMS, to facilitate blended learning. Some colleges do have, as Maltuba, we do have our LMS, although it's still under review. We'll see how far it takes us. We launched it last year. We are going to give it another year. If it's not giving the desired results, we are not going to continue marrying them, divorce them, and get something better. If you are coming with something better, Shabalala, we may consider. In fact, I sent a message to my CFO yesterday that I wish we were here to see this, because I want us to try this as well. Because one of the weakest points of the LMS is when assessment comes. Because you can't have assessment where people are opening books, having Google open for them, they cut and paste, then they say they passed the degree. You can't have something like that. There must be some controls. I see some improving. Some are saying now you must have a veto. I don't know whether it's enough. Because you can still sit aside where the veto is not caching and feed the information. You can still do that. Then we must then improve. Otherwise, you'll have a very raw graduates that are coming out of the system claiming to have degrees but have studied nothing because they were coping all the way. Nobody caught them. Colleges have developed these portals that to facilitate learning. Students affected by COVID-19 pandemic then can be part. The other issue was issue of whether they have gadgets that are required. Their students have serious gadgets. Some of them have 3 that are more than this. This one is S20. This is a cell phone for executives. So I also have iPhone there. Some have 3 iPhones, latest. But when you say let them use them, no, so department must give us. No, department must give us. We don't have it. They carry it. When they come for registration, they are able to download everything. They are very smartphone. But when you say we are going to send information, we are going to send homework for you, they are saying, no, I don't have a phone that I can download that. Can you give us a phone? Then, I don't know, it's an issue of mentality and entitlement that we must work with. These are the technologies that are used by lecturers during COVID-19. You all know them. And the role of TVET College in future technologies, there is a shift to employer-led education and training to meet the demands of industry and the local economic drivers of a TVET College. I was part of delegation of the minister to ESA, Silicon Valley, as DG was saying yesterday. We were surprised, but when we met on the policy unit, when they reported that they are also struggling with the placement of students. And now they are thinking of a new way. How do they qualify their students? Because I think they were doing like us. They do theory at the college, then they go and do practical in the industry. Then if the student is not getting placement in the industry, can stay for 10 years without completing qualification. Yeah, of course. In fact, majority of students have finished their N6 theory part. They can't get the diploma because they can't get placement for industry exposure and experience. Majority, bulk of them, they spend about 10 years without getting qualification. Because industry, as much as they open, but they can't take everybody. And the space in industry is limited and very much controlled. Then students, they stay up until they forget, they give up. So they have N6, but they don't have the diploma. Now the USA is saying, now they are thinking of creating, anyways, they've started already, simulation rooms or simulation campuses, where when you are done with your theory, then you go and simulate somewhere in a campus, so that you are able to finish your industry exposure part in that particular, because it's not difficult to do that. It's unfortunate our late president of TVET CGC, Babu Tenmabuya Kulu, who was in my college, may his soul rest in peace, was already on that idea that the country must build few training centers that are having all the industry machines and everything, so that when they finish doing, so that we produce the qualification. Otherwise, we are not producing the qualification. Because we train them this theory part, and we say, go in and look for industry experience. After 18 months, bring the letter that you were exposed. Then we can submit that to department, issue the diploma. That is a very deficient system. I really don't think you create institutions for qualifications, but to offer half, you say you go and look for other half. TVET colleges must conduct research on labor market intelligence and local economic drivers and understand the skills required by these industries, a curriculum, and develop a curriculum to address the skills required. TVET colleges must also have an understanding of provincial growth plans, SIPs, projects, catalytic programs, infrastructure projects, and technologies used for these projects, and therefore train students accordingly so they are prepared for the workplace. This will include TVET colleges introducing new curriculum that addresses the issues of 4IR. There is an issue of smart cities. TVET colleges working with municipalities towards smart cities. We are an ecosystem, and everybody must plug in and play his role, because without that, it is not going to happen. Bring the topic up there. As I was saying, no one can do everything alone. These smart cities requires everybody to play the role. Let me just give you a very good practical example. Recently, KwaZulu-Natal in Durban, they experienced floods. That destroyed almost everything, bridges, and then the question is, what are the TVET college students doing to repair the damage? Is there anyone who's saying, we are producing skills here, we are training engineers here, we are training all these people, can they then form part? I know that the soldiers are deployed there to do and erect some bridges, but in those projects where soldiers are building bricks, these bridges, are they placing some students to learn? Because I know that in the army there's quite a wealth of experience. They will do a wonderful job. In fact, there's an opportunity to expose our students to their work. Are they doing that? No. They put all these paracoats and then close them out and then do these bridges. When they are gone, they are aging, they die with experience. We want it, we can't force it. Future technologies to revitalize township economy, building ICT incubation hubs in township to promote ICT enterprise development and small ICT businesses, startup, training on the use of ICT for agriculture, ICT support for SMMEs, accessing funding, and funding through CEDA, NYDA, CIFA, and some applications are online. When I'm still on this slide, yesterday I was sharing, we were just chatting with a few guys who have just presented, and I was saying, colleges need to be encouraged, all of them, and I'm instructing Ekurhuleni East and Ikala who are here to establish entrepreneurship units. Not sure if you already have it. If you don't, you must start it. I'll help you to do it. Entrepreneurship units are going to train students before they leave the college to be able to establish their own businesses. They are not expected to go and join the unemployed line and queue for jobs. They must start jobs. But they can't do that if they are not trained. Much we started to invite even university graduates who are not working. They must stop complaining and blaming everybody. They must come here, we'll train them that in the theory they got from university, that skill. Train them how to start business with the trade they were trained for. Whatever it is, whether it's welding, whatever, I know they are not coming with welding, but even if with the financial management diploma, they must be trained how to start their own business and train others. So I think colleges have a role to play to ensure that people who are about to exit, they go out with the skill of starting their own business. So that if they suffer, they suffer and they get hungry, they know that they are seated with the skill themselves. And we don't even leave them with a skill. We help them to apply for funding. From these CEDA, NYDA, CIFA, they are having money ready for them. Other programs offering TVET colleges can introduce the following programs that are linked to for agriculture, which is aquaponics. Aquaponics is a combination of aquaculture, which is growing fish and other aquatic animals, and hydroponics, which is growing plants without soil, a greenhouse. Vembe TVET College have started to do that and is doing very well from Lepombo. And other colleges must take a cue from there because it's possible and it's doable. It is not dependent on seasonal changes. Use of drone technology in agriculture, spray and protection, fertilizing and sowing, farm surveillance, and these are other the examples of those drones that are there. There are programs or skills that are linked to the world skills. There is this big competition that South Africa is very proud to be part of. And every college must participate in the World Skills competition. Anyway, I think it should be mandatory. You know, if you are producing skills and you are afraid to compete with your equals, then you are producing nothing. You must be bold to say, we are producing these skills and we can compete with anybody in the world. Okay, get defeated, it's okay. It's normal. But you must not be afraid to say, hey, no, I'm scared. Then what are we teaching then? Why should students remain in the college where they are scared to participate in a competition? Even in your career yourself as a lecturer, hey, I'm afraid in my own area, I can't compete with others. When there's a competition, I'm run away. No, you are not you are a bogus lecturer, fake lecturer. Yeah, I'm putting it very bluntly. It's like if I'm a principal. I'm a principal of a college, but when the competition for principals is coming, I'm saying, no, I'm afraid. That college does not have a principal. I'm still an acting regional manager, but if the competition comes next week, I'll go there and compete with them and show them how to be a good regional manager. So these are the things that are done in the World Skills competition, where we invite all colleges to participate. 3D digital game, art, cloud computing, information network and cabling, CNC milling and turning, IT network systems and administration, mobile robotics, mechanical engineering, CAD, mechatronics. And these are the exit strategies for students studying 4IR-related programs, internship programs, full-time employment, business startups, as I was saying, cooperative startup and artisanal training, future skills, future technologies towards building a better tomorrow, South African economic reconstruction and recovery. That's where our students should be participating, because that is the trajectory the country is facing. So thank you very much. These are my contact details. I want to apologize to those I promised cards yesterday. I found that I did not bring any cards. So I'm sorry for that. But anyway, I'm in transition. As I was saying, my card must reflect that I'll be a regional manager. So please take my details. These are all my details there. You can also use the WhatsApp LMS. It's down there, so that you are able to communicate with yourselves. Thank you very much. I know I took a little bit more than 20 minutes, but I think I'm done. Thank you very much. Thank you. For executives.
Please repeat after me. Repeat after me, please. This is not a learning management system. Let's give a round of applause to President Sanele Mlotshwa. You are still on schedule, because I was supposed to come and interview you. But can we all agree, colleagues, that he has done everything? Is that right? I've got some messages here, Baba. Can we, with your permission, distribute your presentation? Okay. So, guys, if we can just pack it, then we'll be able to distribute. Let me be honest with you. I've been in this industry for a long time. Today, Baba Mlotshwa, you have taught me and exposed me some new things. Remember, I'm one of the people who will admit I'm still a student. And as a leader, you must never come to a point, Dr. Ned, where we know everything. But again, if the South Africans are slow, and I know that I'm getting into dangerous territory, SG, if South Africans are slow, we've got 28 countries that are struggling with this. I just came with that young man, Dr. Arnold Chizunza from Kenya. They are now getting into the TVET space. Is that right? And Babu Sana, if they don't appoint you as regional manager, Tina, we're business people. We're not government. Every voice brings you in. Come on, you can do that. Every voice brings in. Voice in voice. So if you don't appreciate this guy, Baba, this kind of information is key. The information is loaded. Again, thank you, thank you, thank you. Let's give him a wonderful round of applause. Now, while we are meditating and digesting what he said, let me call on stage my friend. Come up here, my brother. He's my white EE partner. You're not black EE. Why can't it be white EE partner? It can't just be black EE. Or PE, so it's YEE. I am PDI, previously disadvantaged individual, PDI, and he's a CDI, currently disadvantaged individual. Okay. Tony, ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together. International speaker, sales and marketing director, guru, coach. You'll hear him live all the way from USA, South Africa, Kasi, whatever, Anthony Morris.
All right, very good to be here. You know, it's amazing. David and I were among the first speakers, professional speakers in South Africa like 25 years ago. And then I went walkabout in Canada and the United States. I didn't tell him I was leaving. As God is my witness, about, I don't know, 4 months ago, on my LinkedIn, he pops up. I don't go on LinkedIn a lot. A lot of people spend time there looking for what, I don't know what. And he comes up, he says, brother, you broke up with me and didn't tell me why. Where have you been? That's the way it happened. And we hooked up again, discovered we've got a lot of the same interests. So, okay. So if you take your phone and you scan my business card, you see that QR code? Scan that business card. It's right over there. You just scan it. It says profile me. You click it, and then I'll appear as an app on your phone. Do that now. I promise you it'll work. Just scan me, and then you've got me, and we can talk. So the theme of my presentation is, does your digital present have a customer future? But okay. I'll get those 30 seconds back, though, on my time. Eh? Yeah, that should come up if you scan that. Yeah, profile me. You got it? That's it. Thank you very, very much. Now, yeah, that's it. You just beam yourself, and then she puts you on your phone. Guys, we've got to teach the guys about dating and all that. Yeah. So thank you very much for scanning that. I've now got all your banking details, and 10% of the deposits will go to the ICANN Foundation. You see, it's amazing what trust does. So let's have our next slide, please. And I came to you to tell you that the first thing is you must teach the kids digital skills. We've got to change the school curriculum and teach access and teach marketable skills that kids can go and monetize. I don't know about you, but I went to Wynberg Boys High School in the Cape, lovely school. I was head boy. They taught us history, geography, science, mathematics. I still have nightmares at night about the periodic table. I don't know why I had to learn about the periodic table. And Shaka Zulu and the 3 guys who came on the ships, Jan van Riebeck, I don't know where it's relevant in my life. I still don't understand x cubed minus y squared over q1 minus q2, and I don't know what it's got to do with anything. I'm useless at mathematics. I've got 2 accountants, the one to check on the other. If you don't know how to pay with your Visa with your MasterCard, see me outside, I'll show you. I'll teach you finance. So, listen, I'm going slowly now. I took Valium this morning. I hope you had Red Bull. I'll kind of meet you halfway. But it's so good to be back in Africa. You know, I sat there in Scottsdale, Arizona in my beautiful house, 2016 November. I had a picture of Table Mountain on my MacBook, and I was talking to my South African buddies on Facebook, and I was ordering boerewors and biltong from a guy who sells it in San Diego. So God is my witness. I put my pen down and I said, I'm going home. There's something about this continent that gets in your blood. I don't know what it is. I came back to try and identify that. Now, the South Africa I came back to is not the same South Africa I left 12 years earlier, but we won't talk politics here. But I'm here to tell you that the most important thing for your kids is what are you doing between 8 p.m. and midnight, Monday to Thursday? I just gave you 16 hours a week back. What are you doing between 8 p.m. and midnight, Monday to Thursday? Because all the information, all the skills, all the perspectives, all the TED Talks in the world are actually out there and available. That's why I was talking, you know, David called me about 3 weeks ago. He said, I need you to come to Davidson. I was like, I'm white, I'm going to Davidson. Do I need to bring a bodyguard? That's your perception that they gave us, the poison of apartheid. So he says, no, man, I need a Jew. I've got a Muslim and a Christian. I need a Jew. We're going to have a fight about who knows more about money and business. I said, I'm coming. And we went there, and I got the spirit, and I want to go back and fill that room again. But it's unbelievable going there. And I looked at all these people, and I thought to myself, there's so much work still to be done. There's so much work to be done here. There's so much work to be done everywhere. But what we've got to get in our heads is that the future generation have got to be given the equipment. I was saying to those guys out there, if you're out poozing on a Friday night, your kid's lunchbox is empty in the week, there's a problem with that, right? We've got more cell phones lying in drawers in South Africa that could educate kids with Wi-Fi in Zambia. We've got to stop looking at ourselves as countries and look at ourselves as the next great superpower in the world, because Africa's just coming into its own, let me tell you. I look at the rest of the world, I wouldn't want to live anywhere except in Africa. Because some of the rules that we get, you know, the rules that we got from our parents even. I looked at my dad, he kept the contacts stuck on the back of his phone. I said, Dad, why do you keep the contacts on the back of your phone? You could put them inside your phone. He says, yeah, but what happens if the battery's flat and I can't reach them? I said, then you couldn't make a call anyway. I looked at this guy like he had 2 heads, right? The rules our parents gave us. You know, some people still put the toilet paper on the right way, like your butt knows the difference. Seriously. Some people have to make the bed every single day. Have you seen this? Like the bed checkers are coming by. My mother had special plates. I was not allowed to eat off them. Those are for, you just junk, you're the family. We keep in the plates, you never know. Strangers might come by. When she moved into a retirement home, she said, I can't buy that unit because the cabinet that won't hold my cabinet for the plates. No one's eaten off these plates. I said, when you die, don't leave them to me because I'll smash them and have a Greek party. Seriously. My mom gave me some funny rules, you know. When you're going out, you must wear clean underwear. You must wear clean underwear. Eventually I said, why? She said, you might get in an accident. I said, if I'm in an accident, will the underwear be clean for very long? I spent 40 years in therapy looking for a paramedic that is assigned by the body that say, we couldn't take this one because it crapped itself. Stop teaching your kid the wrong kind of rules. Give them digital access, I beg you people. We've got all of the resources in Africa. It's just a bit of resourcefulness that we lack at the end of the day. So next thing, let's move on to our next slide. Unwritten ground rules. Your real constitution of your country is what the people actually subconsciously believe about the country. You might have a constitution. The constitution might be out of date, but it's the unwritten ground rules at the end of the day. Let's start dragging people in from the fringes of human dignity all through Africa. Let's look at resourcefulness because we've got everything that we need, but we've got to break the shackles of economic slavery with fossil fuels and a few other things when we are exporting our wealth and we are importing diesel and things from overseas. It's a magnificent opportunity. I believe that Africa can become the next great superpower by becoming a net exporter of green energies, whether it's biogas, whether it's biodiesel. Do you know that the World Airlines got together recently and decided that it's not coming back? You agree it's not coming back, right? We sit here and say, do you really need to go to Cape Town? Shouldn't we just Zoom for that meeting? They've decided to cut costs, and the fuel is the area that they're cutting costs. Green aviation fuel, we can become a net exporter of that in Africa. It's gold and it's an opportunity because the whole world economy is based on a simple principle. Make sure that you don't lose before you try and win. One person's garbage is another person's gold, and the whole world goes round and round on that principle. We've got enough food in this continent. We're just not distributing it and growing it effectively enough. And so as a result of that, we still have a tremendous, tragic amount of impoverishment in this place where mankind was born at the end of the day. We've got to start doing social engineering. What is social engineering? If I was running the police force in this country, I would have what's called an honesty challenge. I'd get all the policemen starting at the top and saying, in 12 months' time, you've got 12 months. In 12 months, you're all going to take an honesty challenge. Those of you that don't pass the honesty challenge or refuse to take the honesty challenge, it's not called a lie detector, it's called an honesty challenge. You're invited to not become policemen because we reckon you should be an honest person if you're a policeman. If I was running this country, I would make sure if you're going to drive a truck that you get drug tested every single week. You don't have to drive a truck, but if you want to, you will be drug tested every single week. Little things like this. The country of Austria has no shortage of organs. You know why? Because when you get your driver's license in Austria, automatically the box that says organ donor is checked. If you want to uncheck it, that's fine. Guess who never has a shortage of organs? In Australia, if you're a citizen, you will go and vote. Why? Because you're a citizen and it's a privilege to be a citizen, and therefore you will go and vote. On voting day, if you don't have a sick note, you will go into the booth and you will say, I vote for none of you, I don't like any of you, but if you don't vote, they will suspend your driver's license. Your kids, you are not your kid's friend. Let's get that out of it, okay? The kids think that we're their friend somehow, because we invented this rule that we're not allowed to hit people. I know you guys in this room, you're hitting your kids on the quiet. You're not allowed to strike a kid anymore. You look at how these kids treat their teachers in school. There's something somehow wrong with that principle. And we've got to stamp out corruption and a few other things I won't even get into. This is the beginning of my opening statement now. First thing, you can't get anything right, men, if you do not understand women. Let's get that straight, because that's where the real power comes from, you know? In society, you might not think so. The real power comes from the woman. Do you know why? Because they have a womb. The last time I looked, you don't have a womb. And because they have a womb, they have a sense of empathy and compassion and a connectedness to the world that we can learn from. But unfortunately for guys, because we're driven by a different kind of thinking, we're not going to talk about that. Guys are very simple, okay? And guys go out there, you'd swear with 6.5 billion people in the world, that you guys would date and date and date and date and date until you find someone who likes the same movies, goes to bed at the same time, enjoys doing the same things on the weekend. Is that what we do? No. We go on a global search to find the one person who is most unlike us. And we look at that person and say, there's someone I can irritate for the rest of my life, and we marry them. It's true. I would never have thought that I would be engaged to a Zambian at my age of 57. It wasn't on my roadmap. It wasn't. You know what I've learned from my bride-to-be about ancestry and the forefathers and some things that Zambians seem to have that I lack as a white South African. It's a miracle that actually that you get put together, because there's always a plan. We walk around with our ego thinking that we're running everything. I'm the most important person in the world because I'm an executive, I'm management, I'm a leader. Squeezing, squeezing, squeezing. And you know something? You've got to become a go-giver instead of a go-getter. There's nothing wrong with being poor. It's just that you don't have any money. It's just that we don't have any money. There are upliftment opportunities all through society, be able to uplift people and give them jobs. Good food isn't just for rich people. Good food is for all people, but when you're poor, there's a whole lot of shame associated with food. We've got to break these shackles, and we've got to help people and uplift people and make sure that we look at the future, because the past doesn't equal the future. A lot of people walking around believing the past, you know? And the white people talk about their bloody ANC, corruption, ANC, you know, and the other people talk about apartheid. It's all apartheid's fault. We're still trying to break our shackles of the past over here. It's got nothing to do with anything, because when the young men no longer dream dreams and the old men have lost their vision, the people perish. Everything in this room happens in the future. Commitment creates identity. You take a messed up soccer team, a messed up kid, a messed up business person, and you create a different picture of the future, you would be amazed how that person gets turned around. And as leaders, we've got to paint that picture for our people. We've got to be the greatest salespeople in the world. We've got to know how to stand up in Parliament, convince people and persuade people off their feet at the end of the day. Because there are so few of us, there should be 10,000 of us at this conference at the end of the day. It's so slim at the top in Africa that we have a tremendous moral responsibility to make these changes. We've got to change our schools. I loved what I heard about the school system. I knew why David invited me here. Do you know that it costs 300% more money in South Africa to keep a kid in prison than it costs to send him to the University of Cape Town Medical School? 300% more. We're going to bankrupt the continent if we don't get this right. It's called giving people a second chance. People make mistakes. We take people with genius-level IQs and we put them into prison with people who've chopped up their husbands, and we don't need to necessarily do that. One of the greatest speakers' experiences ever, the $1 Million Round Table in New Orleans, I sat next to Frank Abagnale. If you haven't seen the movie, catch me if you can. Cleverest fraudster in the history of the world. What this guy got up to. DiCaprio played him in a movie, and they took him out of prison. The Swedish put him in prison, the French put him in prison, the Americans got it. And they said, we'd like to hire you. And he worked for the FBI for 5 years, and he now runs a $1 billion corporation teaching white-collar crime, teaching fraud, teaching currency protection and everything else. That's taking a resource that you thought was a waste and turning it into something at the end of the day. We have to overcome from the past. So I just chose this to close out my presentation looking at Zambia, because I feel some kind of obligation to do this, okay? Because you must learn where your loyalties are, guys. You can be right or you can be happy, but you can't be both. I learned that pretty quickly. So there's an opportunity in Zambia. If we look at the next slide, President Hichilema, clever guy, is a businessman. He's a businessman. What a miracle they've got. His first appointee was not a career politician. His first appointee is Jito Kayumba, and he's a tech and he's a venture capitalist. Zambia currently exports their wealth called copper, and they spend $600 million a year buying diesel to import. If all we did was change that. Last week in Cape Town at the mining in Indaba, President HH stood up and he revealed 5 mining projects that are going to rock that country at the end of the world. You know why? Because what's in the ground in Zambia called copper is one of the most important strategic minerals for Tesla to use in their car, because it conducts electricity, it doesn't rust, and if you've got copper in the ground, you are poised for greatness. But you've got to take that copper and you've got to transition your economy. Like Dubai decided they're going to run out of oil one day. And the sheikhs got together and said, there's only so much of this. We've got to transition that economy. And they will pull it off and they'll transition that economy if they focus on the fuel source of the mines, for example. Listed how many jobs can be created by those mining projects. But if we're buying fossil fuel diesel in, instead of growing it in the fields around there with biomass, you create 300% more jobs, and you keep people employed, because people need food, they need shelter, and more than anything else in Africa, they need dignity. We've got to change the belief system of ourselves. We're the best continent. I have not gone, I'm proud South African, but I tell you, go overseas, you don't see a lot of starving South Africans out there. Why, I ask myself? Because somehow every African country overcomes adversity. There's something spiritually different about this continent. I don't get that feeling overseas. I'm not in the United States. Okay, problem is it's filled with Americans. If we could just put other people there, it'd be a wonderful country. I'm not knocking other places. Australia's great. I've been there, you know. Really great people. But at the end of the day, we are the nation that needs to go, and we need to change. You know that David Malapo went into Starbucks. True story. He forgets it. And he went into Starbucks and he was with the Dalai Lama, because David likes to hang out with really important people. So him and the Dalai Lama are standing in Starbucks in Miami there, and the Dalai Lama orders a latte. So the guy says, latte, no problem, soy milk, and he does the latte. He says to the Dalai Lama gives $100. And the guy says, thank you, puts it in the till, and he says, next. Which comes from within. I think that's a funny joke. So you look at Zambia, you know something that you can grow vetiver grass and you mix it with cactus juice, you put it in the pyrolyzer, and you end up with bio-coal, which is not coming from the ground. We're doing it in South Africa right now, growing coal actually above the ground. You can turn feces into biogas. You take the cow's poop and you put it in the right tank and you get methane gas as a result of that. You can take garbage, the garbage that we throw away right now, you can repurpose and remanufacture into low-cost housing bricks. You see, we throw away a lot of the things that we actually need. You can grow biomass and you can turn it into green diesel and you can sell it to the world as green aviation fuel. The next one. That's top left. That is bio coal being grown right now that can replace the fossil fuels that are paralyzing the nation. There it is being shipped to a client in Cape Town. You see that stuff that we throw away called bagasse? That is the waste product of sugar. Right now they burn that in Zambia. You can turn that into molasses, you can turn it into rum, you can turn it into ethanol, you can turn it into paper. It's incredible. It's just the view that you have on the world. One of the challenges we have, and that's why I want to encourage you to think digital, that's why we gathered as a group over here, is to take the tools to help to change people's thinking. If we can change people's thinking and what people are focusing on, you would be amazed at what we will do with this continent. The world is looking for leadership. It's our time as a continent to stand up and be counted. It's been my privilege to spend time with you. I hope that we'll see you again at this conference next year and other conferences. God bless you for inviting me, Brother David.
Come on, you can do better than that for Brother Tony. Okay, sit here in a minute. Now you ask one young man, where's the young man, the camera guy, what is the secret to your success? This is my secret. He's a Muslim, he's a Jew, I'm a Christian. The Muslim guys, they go to God on Friday, clean up money and knowledge. Saturday, the Jewish boys do that. They put their yarmulkes. Sunday, everything is cleaned up in a nix. See, that's a problem, Ned. We wait till Sunday. So while I like the Muslim guys, Friday I get rich. And then Saturday, this is what's happening to me. So that's why, SG, I'm learning all the time. Because I hang around people who are doing stuff. So in Davidton, Mr. President, Babu Sanel, we are going to invite, God willing through you, all 50 TVET colleges, particularly in the area of innovation and technology. In the area of what? We don't want to talk about it. We're going to demonstrate that. We're going to pack, it's about a 5,000-seater, about 2,000 or 3,000 people live. People like Tony will be there. This is what's happening. And please pray for the white guys. Craig, you're married to a white woman, is that right? Yeah, but you know, once you go black, you won't go back. You know how it is. So the brother is stuck. Brother Freddie, you heard me. I know you know French, but you heard that one. So brother is committed to a Zambian guy. No wonder the Africa is calling him. But on a serious note, Anthony Morris is making a lot of money and is giving a lot of money to community. This is my brother. And did you enjoy the presentation today? Ape, come on in, my brother. Let's put that Funzi thing, and then let me get Ape to answer some couple of questions. If you can get Ape's the thing and then come and sit. Yeah. Yes. You can come and sit there, my brother. Let's watch the Funzi video. Drew, you have not seen this. I want you to watch the Funzi video there.
Stand up and watch with me.
Yeah. Come this side.
Networking.
Negotiation skills to prepare me
Can we have volume, please?
In my workplace.
To personal branding and how I can use my brand to influence positive change.
Time management.
I wish I had learned money management and time management skills.
I wish I had learned entrepreneurship skills at school, because that would have made it a lot easier for me to start my own business.
Throughout your career, you may notice that there are some critical skills that you would need to help you grow to your full potential, like how to manage workplace conflict or how to start that side hustle.
That's really why Fonzie was born. We want to give you the opportunity to learn 21st century skills when you need them.
It's never too late to learn. I personally take just 15 minutes a day on Fonzie to brush up on my communication and leadership skills.
So join our community of award-winning myself and 8 million learners worldwide and improve your skills today.
Before we go straight to the questions, today it's business day. Tony, you brought in one of your white brothers there. Is he still here? Young man? Is the young man right there at the back? Rian specializes in digital skills, digital marketing skills. Later on, he might say something when Ami's there. Please stand up, Rian. Let's people see you. Let's give Rian a wonderful round of welcome there. Ape, we got some questions from, where's my, oh, there's my phone. The guys liked the presentation yesterday, so we now need to close some deals. Okay, how do people get Funzi? They like your speaking, whatever, but remember, I'm a businessman. You cannot fly all the way from Finland and tonight you're going back. I mean, the whole 48 hours, giving us of your time, of your money. Let's talk about business. How can people get involved with Funzi? I know Excel is here. Please also welcome them. Go for it.
Yep, so, hi, thank you. And also, I'm very thankful for the feedback I have received and also the information that you have given me. It's always, like, you know, building something is always a collaboration.
It's partnership, as President Sanele said, it's partnership.
Yes, and I invest so that you can invest your time into creating a better future for all of us. How you can use Funzi is, we have a so-called freemium model. Freemium model is something that's digital and blah, blah, blah. It's kind of, you know, the drug dealers use it. It's like you give stuff for free at the beginning and then people get their habit and then they grow into that. That's kind of how digital people talk about it. So you can go to funzi.mobi. It is available there. It has been used by millions and millions of people. People love it. It's scientifically validated. You know, the teachers love it. It works in colleges. It works in comprehensive education. It works in universities. It works everywhere. The reason why it works is that we've made it really simple. We have taken everything away from the process that requires you to focus on something else than learning. So you go to funzi.mobi as an individual user. But if you're a guy who runs an organization or you have an educational institution, then you contact either me or Phil Weber, here Excelink, one of our partners, or also Dr. D gets his 10% from both. 10% if you send Dr. D an email and then he forwards it to me, right?
Not mine, 10%, my brother. Yeah. That's what Tide is all about. So, 10%.
Yeah. So, but now I'm going to buy car salesman accent. Now, typically when you go into a bookstore and you buy a book costs what, 500 Rand? How much is a book? Yeah. You buy a digital book by Pearson, the world's leading educator, right? It's about 550, 600 Rand. What we at Funzi have done is we've used our globally unique position to license the contents from Pearson and then, with magic, created an opportunity to give your learners, in case of higher education, or your workers, to access the whole library of all those books that teach you those skills for 1 year for the price of one book.
Let's be slow because some people run away from the maths class, okay? So,
did you attend, Doctor?
Yeah. Oh, I'm a teacher. I'm a maths and science teacher. So let me be clear. People are waiting for that number. And I know Excel is here. What number is that we're looking at? In rands now. Remember in South Africa?
Yeah. In Rand, it's a 55,000 million. No. There's two here. The typical price for partners is 750 Rand a year.
Okay, hold on right there. We'll come to the second one. So 750 a year, yeah. And what do I get for that? I'm not going to give us a discount, but for 750 in the past, what would I have gotten?
You have access to more than 35 skills that are highly relevant in today's employment and job markets of South Africa and will become more important globally. It's the list. Remember yesterday's show, I showed the artificial intelligence, hacking the markets, understanding what skills are required, and then us creating the courses and delivering. You have, for that price of one book, you have access to tens of skills that are validated to transform the way you look at life.
Now, the ICANN price now.
500.
No, that's too much, bro. Go a little bit down.
750, 725, 728. 728 rand.
We've got some Indian guys here, you know, must have 99 cents in there. Just put some.
Yeah, so you 750 was, and you want to go down, so it's 799.
Can we make it 499?
I'm come from the north. I'm in the south now. So what goes up must come down. It's like I'm confused. Okay, 599.
599.
Okay, 499.
That's it.
499 flat today.
So let's say it's a college, a Kuruleni college or a Kaya. So you're saying per learner.
Yeah.
But what about if then it's per college? Can a college do a good deal at what you and I are doing for National University of Lesotho?
Yes.
Talk to me about that. Let's talk about bulk. How can we work it out with corporates? Remember the corporates here?
Yeah.
TVET colleges. Yeah. Individuals. Talk to me about the 3 different prices, and then we're going to allow people to ask questions, then we're done.
But this is the pricing goes, if you have a college with a certain number of students,
that's where we go.
You tell us what is the number of students. For example, in Nigeria, in Lagos State, we are running for comprehensive schools. It's only 12 schools. In September, it's going to be 50 schools, and then the private schools are 18,000 in Lagos State, right? 18,000 schools. So the price goes down depending on the volume, obviously. But the prices are always dependent on your own funding abilities. If there is, for example, something like we're doing with CRET, you know, the Cyril Ramaphosa Education Trust, is what we're doing is they're creating sponsorships because our focus, remember, is not the top 10%. It's the low 90%, those that create the change. If they are in financial difficulties, we together can find sponsorships, go to CETA or whoever. This morning I had a meeting with the Finnish embassy here. We are part of the Finnish education export thing, so there's also European Union funding things. But first we got to get signatures for the first basic deals.
Yes.
And then take it from there.
Exactly. Babu Sanele, that's where you come in now.
He came in because he got the check.
Yeah, but I'm just saying before you even exit, Baba, for all the 50 colleges, we just get a letter, just like we've done with Huawei. Here's a letter for 1 million people. Obviously, we'll phase it out. Then from there, X amount, let's say it's 400 rands per student for the whole year. They've got access for the whole year. Then we come to Funzi to say, Funzi, our partnership, ICANN, Excel, and you guys, what can we do? The European Union, they've got money right now, but that one only needs agreements and then NDA, that is done. But the problem you said yesterday, sometimes our government takes a long time. So that's one model. The other model, still answer me now. Let's say I've got 1,000 students in a particular TVET. How can we partner with them, giving them a good price so that they have access to that material?
Well, I'm repeating myself, I know.
It's good. You know what Jesus Christ said? Again, I say unto you. So this is in the Bible, you know. Yes. Just again, I say unto you. Yes. So that we are all
1,000 students, simplifying the math, 500 is 50,000 rand. Is it?
And for
no,
that
it's 500,000.
So the 500,000.
Checking whether he knows his math.
No, I do. For 500,000 for the whole year, we've got this content.
Yes.
You can go there in and out as long as you want.
Get assessment, integration into their own learner management system so that it's integrated into what they deliver. Reporting is included, all those things. And also, most importantly, remember the teacher, the educator. What we do is we teach the educators, the teachers in those colleges to use this system to enhance their own teaching in the classroom, because learning is a social thing. And these things are included in that price, plus continuous development, and works on all mobile devices, even on the small screen Nokias, doesn't require 3G, nothing, works even on the 2G. So these shedding kind of things that you have because of the ESCOM, excuse me, this kind of load shedding has been looked upon. It works beautifully.
Well, I'm done. So to Andre, after your presentation, I would like you and Ape to meet. Remember, I'm a man of action. I'm not asking, I'm telling you guys, you got to meet. Babu Shabalal, let's see how we can incorporate some of these things, because we already have the students there, okay? Now, guys, any questions or comments for Ape before he's going to get ready? And then, Andre, when you finish, let's start talking business. When you come back, I would like Ubabu Shabalala to talk business there. Okay, any questions or comments? I'm going to going. Okay, that's one. Going. Okay, one question or comment, ma'am. Smooth, thank you for serving us. Please introduce yourself or where you're from, and then let's get busy.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Khanyi Ngambi. I am an HR professional, but I got in this conference.
Baba, I don't want you to miss that, please. Okay, try it again. Let's rewind.
I hope you can hear me now.
Yeah.
I'm an HR professional and also a non-executive director in one of the government entities within the city of Joburg. What I would like to
But you
know,
forgot to mention something that Dr. Mlapo consults for. Joking. But it's true, yeah. Thanks so much for coming. Go ahead.
Thank you. What I would, it's an interesting application and I think a business model as well. Yesterday while you were talking, I actually went on the app and just had a look at what was available there. What I would like to understand are two things. One is where would one get a view of what those 55, I think you said 55,000 skills are? And secondly, I don't know if I heard properly when you said 700, well, initially 750, but changed to 499.
It's ICANN price.
Is it 499?
Special price for you tonight.
1,000?
It's 499. So so first of all, it's around 55 skills. So the skills number is 50. What we're doing is we're looking at top skills required in the countries and the markets, and we curate that list. So it's not thousands but it's courses that are actually highly relevant.
Okay.
And the price is 499. Today, special price for you tonight.
For the whole lot?
For the whole lot for a year.
How long is that valid for, the offer?
The offer is, if you sign an LOI MOU today, we'll keep it online until the end of 2 weeks, a fortnight, 14 days. Is that enough? If that is not enough, we Finns, we're pragmatic people. Yeah. If you have a good reason, that is not an excuse. We always, help us reach the goals we set.
Yeah, but don't believe that last statement because Finland and Sweden are running away because they're scared of Russia. So right now they're going through a difficult time. Okay, I'm joking.
Just last question.
But hold on, let's just do them.
Yeah.
Ausi, please stand up. When we leave here, Sisi, connect because it's part of Excel, ICANN, and APE. So make sure you connect with her on that offer today. Because that particular organization that I am part of being a consultant, that's why you're here today. I invited you. I like that excitement. We can do it today. So they connected today. Okay? Then the last question.
All right. And the last question, I am a child from a rural area. And every time I go home, I am saddened by the lack of development, but also just watching hopelessness. And unfortunately, the telecom companies have not invested in the required infrastructure for inclusivity of the rest of the people, particularly the young generation. Now, if this, if access were to be provided in that type of scenario, I was just wondering if in this room, Doc, there are people who actually consider, even on a pro bono basis, because I really just believe we've got to take people with us.
Let me answer that because of time. Auslisigo, please stand up. Yeah. Auslisigo through Ulwembu, they are already doing that. Example, yesterday, Her Royal Highness was there. They already connected with the Royal Highness. So for the Funzi part, connect with my sister. For the connectivity, remember Ulwembu, we're going to be talking about that. Wi-Fi, then I'll give Ape the last words to say, but make sure you also connect, on those things, on what is the pro bono thing. Remember Tswane? They did the whole Tswane Wi-Fi and other places that they sometimes downplay the good news they are doing. So that part is done. Auslisigo, connect, then my sister connect. Ape, last word, my brother. Because
Yeah.
we are running,
Yes.
I've got other people to
Yes.
connect with, yes.
Regarding connectivity, Funzi works in a 2G environment. Very important. Doesn't require 3G. 2G is the basic GSM telephony. So Funzi works wherever you have access to the basic mobile internet. We have designed the service in such a way that actually works. Nakivala refugee settlement, one of our projects, there was nothing. There was only a small, a Nokia phone, small 1 bit. Funzi works. We've designed it so, and there's a Refilbo has this as an example of such phones. We have designed it so that everyone who has access to basic digital mobile telephony can access Funzi, because there is nothing else but excuses for leaving people behind. We are the reason why they can rise.
Ladies and gentlemen, we can talk all until the cows come home. In God we trust, all else must need contracts. So when we finish, Andre, connect. Baba, connect, and then you will connect there.
I need to correct you, my brother. I'm not a
Yes.
cow, I'm a bull.
Yes, I'm a bull. Give me a hug, Baba. Let's give it up for Ape, all the way from Finland. What time is your flight tonight? A little bit later?
I'll leave at 4:15.
No problem.
I
We'll
extended
connect.
my stay in the room, and they said it's costing 500 whatever, and I said that you will pay. Thank you.
Super. That's why I need the contracts here. Tony, last words from you. How can people get a hold of you? Just stand up, brother. Yeah.
Well, if you scan my QR code that was up there,
yes,
then I will appear on my Profile Me app. You can put me on the phone.
But what are we doing soon? The next 2-3 months, so that people can be on standby, because we need to spread that the conferences, the
Next
two of them
2 or
that
3
we do.
months, if anyone in this room has a conference of thought leaders, business, government, whatever in the country, I'd love to talk to you about adding value there.
Yes.
Along 3 thoughts, because there's 3 primary thought streams. My favorite thing, of course, is because I'm a salesperson. And I'm walk tall and walk proud. It's the oldest profession in the world. Trust me. Nothing happens unless something is sold. And a lot of people, even government leaders, in parliament or whatever, don't know how to sell their ideas, how to package them, how to communicate them. That's what I specialize in teaching, because in business, something's got to be bought and something's got to be sold. You can make it all, but if you can't sell it, that's the one thing. The other thing is what I call social engineering / philanthropy, because I discovered, and David was one of the early teachers of that. The first time I saw him speak, he said, you have to put money in the ICANN Foundation, here's our number. I thought, the best way to help the poor is first of all to make sure you're not one of them, okay? Think about that, first of all, because money is not the root of all evil. People who got lots of it don't think that
It
way.
is the lack of money that is the root of all evil.
It is the lack of money.
Yes.
And there's an opportunity to take your country, to take your companies, and to look at what they're doing and apply a third principle I'm very involved in, which is systems thinking and how do people change their thinking. Because I was taught an important principle early on in my speaking career, which I've applied to my life. If you have a problem, turn it into a process or a procedure, and it won't be a problem anymore. And I found if I spend enough time with a group of leaders or business people, you can take any problem they're having in business, reverse engineer it, look out there, turn it into a process or procedure, because we're in the stop-start thing. And that's where poverty comes from. We leave people behind every single time. One person comes in, see, great governments have business people in there, and there's nothing wrong with that. Governments that say that government doesn't belong in business, business doesn't belong in government, that's a politician who just wants to get re-elected, but they don't make a difference, they just make it to the next election. The difference makers are the people in this room who can use your time, your creativity, your talent to leverage yourself enormously, sell your programs, sell your ideas to the constituency, and make sure that you spend all of your time making that difference. That's something I'm passionate about for Africa.
Thank you, my brother. And all the TVET colleges, when you do strategic planning session, Tony comes in, we will facilitate, and again, making sure that we have an implementable plan or a bankable plan. So, ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together for Anthony Morris, my brother. Sharp, sharp. Okay, let's call on stage right now. Ndate Petoana, please come up here. Ndate Petoana. Ndate Petoana. And then while he's coming, Koketso, where's Koketso? Koketso, come up here quickly with the staff. And then Jabu is Jabu Mahlangu here. Is Jabu Hlangu? Is he here? Jabu Hlangu, okay. Ndate, you're going to sit right here, Papa. Ne? Good to see you, my brother. You can get the mic there. Yeah. The other guys can come. Yeah. Koketso, where's one of the mics there? Yeah, there's right there. And remember, CXIA, Koketso, what are you going to be doing during lunch with the guys there?
All right, good morning or good evening. I'm not sure
No,
what time
still
it
morning,
is.
still morning.
Oh, it's still morning.
Yes,
okay,
yes.
yeah. My name is Koketso Tswai. Here with, yesterday we had Mr. Daniel Naidu, who was presenting our company called CXI Africa. So I am the lead facilitator and lead developer at CXI Africa, and I'm here with my two fellow colleagues. They also help facilitate. So we run a training program whereby we train students, and mostly disadvantaged or underprivileged students who maybe can't afford or don't have any idea of these skills. And believe me when I say a lot of people don't know that these things are in Africa, not just South Africa, the whole of Africa. I even have a YouTube channel where I'll get comments like, I didn't know these things existed in South Africa. So hence why I fell in love with this field. And I didn't have to fly anywhere or go anywhere to learn these skills. I learned them right here on our home soil. So I want to, my vision is to give the same opportunities that I had to other people or other learners so that they can use these skills, because in 2030, this industry is going to be $1 trillion industry. So why not Africa be part of that same movement? Like Dr. Dave likes saying that we're going to be soon in 5IR, 6IR. So instead of us always being one industrial revolution behind, this is part of the window for us as Africans to knock inside that door of future technologies. So what I have...
Yeah, let's talk now. What do you have there now?
Yeah.
Let's answer those.
So what I have here is called Oculus Quest 2, or previously called Oculus Quest 2. It was done by Facebook. The new name is Meta Quest. You've heard of the metaverse. So we're going to put you in some sort of universe or virtual environment. So what we're going to have outside there, we're going to have a table. We have 3 applications that we're going to show you. One is a jet engine. Another one is a roller coaster. Another one is the human cell. Now, the human body. So as you sit there, do you know what you look like inside? Do you know what cells are working to fight off infections? This is what we're gonna use to put you inside the human body so you can see how all these cells work.
So it's going to be an experiential learning.
Yes.
The people put the glasses, you walk all of them there.
Exactly.
Yeah, but now let me go for business. I'm not sure that picture there. So now let's be practical, Koketso.
Yes.
The TVET college is watching, the people here. How is ICANN and CXI going to be helping the students and the teachers to upskill them with this thing? Let's start with the teachers first.
Yeah,
the lecturers.
so with the teachers, what we do is that, for example, you want to have this similar program that we ran at CXI Africa. We just completed it, I think, last month. So it's a 3-month program. So when you have that in your TVET colleges, what we do is what we call train the trainer sessions. So where we train your trainers at your TVET colleges how to deliver the content. So we don't need to go import it, go to wherever around the world to say, we need a trainer from this part of the world. We train your educators, your facilitators on how to deliver this content to the students. And then if they go through the program, 3 months later, they get a certificate of competency on how to develop XR. It's called XR, by the way, which stands for extended reality. It encompasses virtual reality, mixed reality, and augmented reality. And by the way, everybody here has a mobile device, and I bet you none of you know that you've been using augmented reality for a long time now. So when you see Snapchat, your filters that you put, that's augmented reality. So all those things, they were built by somebody, developed by somebody. We teach those skills as well. It's not just that skill only. There's other skills that you're going to see when you get outside.
Okay, so sharp. Again, why I like these young guys? Because it's experiential. And President Sanele, these are equipment of the future. Okay? And again, we cannot give this to students unless the educator is exposed to this, because again, you give the student, then the educator don't have a clue. So we normally want to start with the educators as part of train the trainer, but an educator can be an unemployed graduate who's sitting doing nothing. And I like your model where we can now begin to create jobs. Again, not talk, but serious stuff. So guys, thank you so much. During lunch, after lunch, please get these goggles. Faith and I were privileged, was it before COVID? We were able to see this in California. And we also went to Singapore, and also Singapore, good stuff. We've introduced cybersecurity at TVET colleges. Now we're introducing with CXIR, that's why you see our picture there, Daniel is gone. He's no longer there.
Yeah, I know he's gone.
But he's going to be
Yeah,
gone, yeah.
yeah.
So thanks so much, guys. Let me get in front of everyone just to say thank you so much for your vision. I know you work with university, but it's so encouraging to see guys. Now, to Mahula Legacy, we also need to see women. The 30 students that you've just finished the 3-month program, how many were women? Were young ladies?
The women, we have one over there. She's sitting there. Buitumelo. I think Daniel introduced her yesterday. But she's there. If she can just stand up for a few seconds so everybody can see.
So how many ladies were in that program where we have the 30 students for 3 months? About 8.
Yeah.
So we need to do more to market, to the ladies, because I see a lot of young guys, they like this stuff, but we also need to be clear that people with disability, women must also be involved. Ladies and gentlemen, the CXI A team, give them a wonderful round of applause.
Thank you, everybody. Thank you.
We were so impressed with you guys. That keep up the good work. Which brings us to Dr. Petwana.
Doc.
Congratulations are in order for accomplishing your PhD degree. As you notice here, what we do stuff, but we also encourage academic stuff.
Yes.
So tell the people, where are you from originally?
Okay. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and all protocol observed. First of all, I just want to introduce my seniors. I'm together with my seniors from Ekurhuleni South District, and they have joined me just to support me this morning. We are having Mrs. Mutaung.
Please stand up, ma'am. Let's give it a shout for Mr. Taung to support a brother.
He's our Chief Education Specialist. We are having Bennett Maluleka. He's my immediate supervisor.
Let's give him that Maluleka. And it's good for them to, but you still want, where are you from? Because there's a reason. Because
actually, I'm coming from Kwakwa.
Kwakwa, okay.
Yeah, in Buketlo.
And then you are an educator, then you came, right now you're working for the Gauteng Department of Education.
Yes, not.
Lovely. Let's come back to your thesis. Why did you choose that thesis topic?
Yeah, actually, let me just say to you, Doc, I have been a teacher for more than 15 years, a visual art teacher, and I happen to be appointed as a marker and chief marker for visual art. And I was also appointed as a senior education specialist at Ekurhuleni South. Now, due to my experience as an artist, I realized that visual art or art subject are not seriously taken either by the Department of Education or even society. Hence, I decided to make a research about visual art.
Before I come to your topic and why I liked supervising you, because STEAM is important. STEAM, S-T-E-A-M.
Yes.
Science, technology, engineering, arts, and then mathematics, because we have neglected that arts thing. So what was the topic of your research?
Yeah, my topic was about visual art assessment strategies to support learners.
To support learners.
Yeah.
And just share some things. What did you find? Why was it necessary to go into that area?
Yeah, like as I've indicated, Doc, we are having a problem coming to visual art. More especially, we don't have teachers who are well trained to teach the subject. And because of that, these teachers who are not well trained, it becomes a challenge for them to assess visual art. Now, because of that, I got interested in that just to empower these teachers who are not well trained to teach the subject.
And what were you investigating in your research?
Yeah, in my research, Doc, I realized that teachers who are not well trained, who are the generalists, it becomes a challenge for them to assess visual art activities. And number two, I also realized that the resources is a challenge, more especially to underperforming schools. They don't get the resources. If you compare the underperforming schools with resource schools, the former model schools, because they are well-resourced, they do have some resources. Performance, they are doing well. Learners are doing well. but coming to township schools, because we don't have enough support financially, it becomes a challenge for learners to do well compared to well-resourced schools.
And in the TVET colleges, when you say sometimes township schools, you also include, Babu Sanele, in the TVET colleges, you don't offer visual arts, do you? No. So that's an opportunity for you. Chief Specialist, the boss, there is life after Gauteng department. Okay, he needs to come and help us in the TVET space. Two more questions, Tate. Your literature review, where did you draw your information from?
Yeah, actually, it was from the state, few districts at the state, and I came to realize that to assess creativity is still a challenge. But I was more fascinated to Africa. My studies was about Nigeria, and I came to realize that they are having similar problems like ours. They don't have well-trained teachers, and number two, they are lacking resources. That is the main challenge. And those teachers who are not well-trained, it becomes difficult for them to perform compared to other schools.
And after using the case study in Nigeria, the question is, so your research, your findings, how will they add to the body of knowledge out there?
Yeah, actually, I'm trying to live the standard of visual art. Let me just say something, Doc. I was so surprised as I was conducting my research that in Soweto, such a respected township in Africa, in South Africa, the whole world, we've got only one school that is doing visual art out of 60 schools, high schools in Soweto. That is PJ Simelane. The rest, they are not doing visual art. And because of that, I think there is a lot to be done to promote the subject, because art is about preserving our history, our culture. Now, you can just imagine, out of 60 high schools, only one school is doing visual art.
So that is why maybe through metaverse and things like that, we can now use the technology so that even if they don't offer it, go university or in the townships, but the NGOs, the churches, can now be able to give access to visual arts, because it's important to maintain our heritage and also to appreciate the arts.
I should think so, Doc, because like I said, I've indicated, visual art is about preserving one's culture, one's traditions. And apart from students, we need to establish centers around the townships whereby we train people who are not working, unemployed people, so that they can be able to generate income for themselves.
Final word is nothing to do with your research now. People are watching you, and to the people here, what would you say to them about visual arts?
Yeah, I can say that Doc, visual art is alive, and we need to support it. I just want to make an appeal to TVET colleges. We are available to assist you. We are available just to contribute to those learners who cannot make it in technology. Visual art is available. And I also want to make an appeal to business people. We are having a problem. Most schools, they are phasing out the subject because of lack of funding. Principals are saying that it's hard to maintain this practical subject because they need more money. Then I want to make an appeal to business people. Please support us. And I want to make an appeal to education. Please support us. We want to promote the subject. But with your help, with our assistance, we are going to win our battle.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is Dr. Petwan. As you can say, he is passionate about visual arts, and we are now taking it to TVET colleges. Thank you so much, and again, congratulations, Doc. Let's give him a wonderful round of applause. Andre. Now, before we transition, let's have some fun, F-U-N. Fun. We're going to call a brother here, and then we're going to be using our cell phones. Please tell your cell phones on. We're going to be doing some wonderful activities here. Let me just sanitize this.
Great. Thanks, David. Hello, everyone.
Introduce yourself, my brother.
Yes, I'm about to. Thank you. To the honourable guests, a very warm welcome. Pleased to meet you. I've met you all, but again, just warm greetings to all the distinguished guests. Some of you I've met, some of you I haven't. To those who I haven't met yet, my name is Andre Marriage, and I represent a company called You Are Up Connect. We're a digital engagement business, and I'm going to be playing a short little intro video in a few seconds, but I just want to maybe touch on the aptness of us actually being here. David and I know each other. I was actually doing the maths. It's about 1998 we met, and I had started a skills development business in '93. So when we talk about this campaign called Future Skills and Future Technology, it's quite ironic because I've since moved on into the tech space, and so it's all about skills and technology. I'm going to ask Arnold if he could please play our intro video, and then I'll take you through some more information.
You are up. Click, connect, engage. Today, most companies face the same challenges with technology transformation: overshooting development budgets, long development lead times, and many product iterations, significant amount of time and resource to execute, high reliability on tech partners due to the lack of in-house tech capability. You eventually get exactly what you've asked for, but not what you wanted. Europe had a vision to overcome the above challenges by building a modular tech platform that allows you, the client, the ability to build tailored communication solutions in hours. This is why Europe is working with a number of global clients across multiple industries and supporting them in the following key areas: sales and marketing, human resources, training, communication, executive office. Europe has the ability to engage your audience in seconds with no app download. With Europe, you can take complex content, package it into bite-sized chunks, accessible anywhere, anytime, make it fun and engaging whilst building business intelligence. Solving a business communication has never been simpler with Europe. Our simple modular backend platform allows you to select engagement templates and customize them using our drag and drop tool. Depending on your communication objective, our digital cards with over 50 to choose from offer you the ability to choose various engagement mechanics, to give and collect information, to share and drive virality. The next step is to insert text and upload images into our digital card templates. Once the editing and uploading is complete, you can preview the journey before publishing. Once published, Europe will generate a unique link, which you can deploy across both traditional offline and online channels. Now we are tracking data in real time via our platform dashboard reporting tool. This data can also pull data directly into your choice of analytics tools via our API. Based on the data points captured, you have the ability to pivot and perfect the digital engagement in real time to ensure your objectives are met. In this instance, we decided to create more FaceTime on a live journey and replace the poster gate with a video gate. Within minutes, we were able to see the positive impact of the change in real time. Europe replaces frame software, breaking down data silos and spreadsheets, and creating a more integrated ecosystem to track and capture analytics across every communication. Organizations will now have the ability to integrate this data into our leaderboard solution, which can deploy and track all engagements, delivering business intelligence and actionable insights. Simple, modular, no tech experience required. Europe. Click, connect, engage.
Thanks, Arnold. So that was just a very quick introduction. We don't have a lot of time, so we want to get to where the money's at. So I hope your cell phones are on, and I hope your cell phones are very warm, and I hope your fingers are really warm, because in a few minutes I'm going to ask you to do something, and we're going to see how you can actually see how this tech can actually be used. Now, we're obviously talking a lot about learning, and there's been so much talk about technology, but I wanted to spend just a few minutes talking about the learner, because so much emphasis gets placed on systems, on tech. I'm from a tech company. My background is engineering, so it might sound strange that I'm talking about humans, but really that's what we're talking about. We're talking about our future, and the whole world has changed. You know, we have a trust economy. Who would have thought that there would be a time when you'd actually just climb into a stranger's car when your parents told you never to do that? Who thought you'd book a bedroom and go sleep in a stranger's home? But that's what technology is offering us to do with the likes of Uber and B&B, Airbnb, and so on. So the technology landscape's changing, but the social landscape's changing equally. We're on the brink of a potential world war. We're facing, you know, the young people today are facing challenges which we never faced as a young person. You know, back in the day, I almost want to say it was the good old days when we only had to worry about people having hungry stomachs when they were trying to learn. But now it's that plus a whole lot more. And so we're very, very keen on focusing around the wellness and using technology to look at the well-being and the wellness of our learners. Because we can throw as much tech at a problem as we want, but it's still just tech. We have to use tech as an enabler. And that's really what I'd like to just talk through and show you. So, great. So, and I'm not going to go through this. She's not death by PowerPoint. This is just a few. Yeah, you'll get it. The key element I want to show you is that we play well with everybody. So it's an agnostic tool. It works with everything. So whether you've got an LMS, ERP, whether you've got your own app, we work with some of the largest organizations in the world, where we're working with banking, where we're working with FMCG, the top advisory companies. So internationally accredited, approved in terms of data protection, in terms of all best practices, etc. And we work well. So no matter what business you're in, we're able to assist you and work well with what you're doing. Our systems look internally, so to your internal learning processes and your internal humans, but also externally to your customers and your clients, because everybody's learning. And it's all about collaboration. We wouldn't have achieved this if it wasn't for our mindset to collaborate. We achieved this with partners, and I'm hoping that from today, and that's really what we've always been doing, it's about finding partners. We've got the tech. We've got the platform. But is there anybody in the room today that can say, I want it, and I can use it in my business? Because that's really what today for us and the last 2 days have been about collaborating and building partnerships. I'm not going to touch on any of these, but you'll get an idea quickly of where the touch points are, how the platform is used in businesses, everything from onboarding, recruiting, training, marketing, etc. We've got products that I'm going to show you, and you're actually going to use them now. You're going to see these products in action. So I'm not going to spend too much time on them. I'm going to engage you and I use the word engage intentionally. It's an engagement on a journey. And then you're going to see whatever you do is going to start filling up action boards and dashboards. And you'll realize that we're in a world where we can have digital dialogue. So we've got learners, and we've got, you know, the principle of, I've just heard about principles of different colleges, and we've got, we've got the man himself here today that we want to talk across so many different colleges. We don't just want to personalize. We don't just want to say, dear John, dear Peter. We want to individualize. There's a difference between personalizing something and individualizing something. And technology allows us to individualize, meaning we can engage with every single learner and speak to them on the device they like speaking at the time, the language, the mode, and we can engage with them uniquely. In other words, we're able to ask them difficult questions and listen and reply. The problem with AI, the small problem with artificial intelligence, is the fact that it's still artificial. And we're getting there, and it's the best we've got for now. And we can apply that as best we can to try and address some of these things. Time doesn't permit me to go into all of the technology that we use, but I just want to say this. It has to be an immersive experience. Young people use their phone. So do we, of course. I'd like to classify myself as not too far from that category, but nevertheless, young people use it and they want an immersive experience. You know, so it's not just about sending somebody a WhatsApp they want to dive in. And so you have to understand Web 3.0. You have to understand the metaverse. You have to understand blockchain so that you're able to treat now. Well, you don't have to understand. We've done all of that for you. But you have to embrace that to be able to offer somebody an immersive experience. Again, I want to just show you how that's how we're going to start doing that in a moment. young people are faced with some tremendous challenges, things we weren't exposed to, and they're not exposed to one or two or three. They're getting them by the bucket loads because we live in a real world, and young people have to bear this and still study. And this is the challenge that we want to try and address. So we're coming at it using technology because we can individualize, remember, masses. And we can talk to people in their space. And that's really the goal of addressing mental illness on such a big scale. Environmental, I'm not going to talk to all of these points. I just want you to understand, we can engage further, that it is possible by using technology, but it's still humanizing the messaging. So with the ICANN Foundation, we will be meeting, engaging, and understanding requirements, quite simply across the different environments. That might be corporate environments, college environments, etc. We'll then collect, assimilate, and define the roadmap in conjunction and in collaboration with the entities. We're able to create the content, use your content. Remember, our technology is an enabler. So we're able to digitize your content and provide an experience. Maybe I can just pause in a moment because it might just, I just want to give an example. We launched a book with a customer 2 weeks ago. Children's book. The author said, make it immersive. I want mommy and daddy to lie on the bed and read it to the kid. They want to create a bonding experience through a book. We were able to do that by simply placing digital content. In other words, taking people from a physical tool into a digital world, where on every page I can now watch a video, I can play games, I can get prizes, I can have an immersive experience. And I'm happy to say that Starbucks will participate and will, if you follow the quiz, and you can, by country, for example, if you know the national animal of Namibia. I mean, it's 34 countries. I think I know all the national animals, all the currencies, all the languages. But the child gets to watch and have a full bouquet. So it's called My First Adventure, My First African Adventure. Not just a book. You open it up. And that content, here's the kicker. ShopRite, who want to participate, they said to us, this book will never die. Because that content today, even though you buy the book at a store, off the shelf now, on today's date, in 2 weeks' time, we can change the content. We can make it relevant to the season. We can make it relevant to where we geolocate the child and make it relevant to his country. And so we can offer incentives with corporates, etc. So the content of a normal book as we know it, a book like this, becomes alive. And we've got the means to change it in 6 months' time, which is like ridiculous in terms of what we're able to do. Not to mention the fact that we've got the dashboards to tell you who's looking at it, when they're looking at it, and what they're reading. Do they prefer videos? Do they prefer text? Do they prefer audio files? And then we can engage with them, and we can say to them, what did you enjoy most? How would you like to... I don't know, I'm running out of time. So essentially, this is what we're looking to do as we engage now with our learner groups. We have to make it customer-centric. We have to take a mobile-first approach. We have to make sure that our learners are protected. We do that firstly by asking permission to engage with them, and secondly, we make sure that we comply with all relevant legislation. By the way, we covered across the world, GDPR in the UK, California laws, Australian laws, South African laws, right up to the UAE. Our content, by the way, can also be communicated and digitized into Arabic. So it caters for all languages, including Arabic. Everything about us is rapid, even the way I speak. So you'll notice that the tool can be digitized really, really quickly. We can offer rewards, incentivize. We can reverse build the data. So we say to the learners, do this, and it's covered by a sponsor. It's covered by one of the patrons. So it comes, there's no barrier to participation because we've taken care and we can reverse build the data. At the same time, we can say participate and get a reward, which you're going to do in a moment. So we remove the barrier and then we incentivize participation, which we're going to do in a few minutes. It's low cost, no app involved. Okay, it's cloud technology, meaning it can be deployed around the world, can be deployed as easily in Timbuktu as it can be in Santiago or in Mossel Bay in South Africa. So it's simple. One click, you'll see in a moment, one click, no app download, but you can have app-like functionality. You can gamify, you can watch videos, you can upload video, download video, do 1,000 different things. All right, it's full real time. We're going to demonstrate you. So while you do it, and I'm going to show you what you're going to do in a moment, you're going to actually watch the data percolating. We call it data, it'll percolate. And you'll see it's changing something. Now, the fact that we can do that tells you that we can pretty much do anything. In other words, the minute we've got you participating in this room now, we can push out a notice to the ladies. And we can push out a notice to the men. We can offer you airtime based on your mobile device and your carrier or your network provider or whatever the case is. So it's completely immersive and completely interactive, and it's fun. Well, I hope it will be. So without any further ado, I'm going to show you and introduce you to some of our products right now, which are revolutionary around the world and making great inroads. Right, so please, I'm going to ask if we can distribute the QR codes and if we can get them up on the screen. So on your table, you're going to get the QR code. Please do not start yet. I just want to give everybody a fair chance. And so what's going to happen is that you're going to get a screen that looks like this after you scan the QR code. We're going to have some fun, and it is anonymous, unless you tell us we may use your date, your information. And if you have a look on the screen now, you're going to click through. I'm just giving you a quick intro, and it's going to ask you some questions. Are you a cat lover? And you just simply enter yes or no. There's a few questions, and it's really, really straightforward. So I'm going to ask, you can see the QR codes behind me to my side. I'm going to ask Jeremy to assist me. There is an additional prize. By the way, I haven't told you the prizes, guys. Just while you're doing that, you're going to be playing for John Maxwell's 360 Leadership Book, sponsored by the ICANN Foundation, and also you have to make sure that you want to win Leadership in the 4IR by Dr. David Malapo, and accompanying that is a little bit of cash just to sweeten the pot, 100 Rand as a page marker just to keep your place while you're reading. So it's only going to have 2 winners, right? So please, scan and play. There is a time limit on this, so I'm going to ask you if you wouldn't mind getting cracking. Please pass the QR code around the table if you need to. We want the brightest, we want the fastest, we want the best in the room. To our online participants as well, you'll see that you'll be able to also engage on that. We currently have 26 people engaged. And we'll start watching how the data populates in a moment. Remember, only the top 2 win. So you have 3 attempts. You can play again and again and again. Make sure you get the best score in. We've got 28. 31. Pretty good. Okay, we're running out of time. So I wonder if, while we could do it, should we have a look at some engagement data? So when it launches the campaign, we'll get an idea, and it'll populate and percolate. We'll come back to that, Jeremy. Could we go back to the dashboard? Sorry, hold on. So here you'll see, we can already tell you that we've had 35 visitors, we've had 28 users. The average face time per person is 1 minute 47. Now that immediately gives me commercial value because I can go to a sponsor and not use the extrapolation. I can say I've got 35 or 1,000 people and there's 1 minute eyeball time and we're able to then commercialize that value. We can scroll down a little bit, Jeremy, please. And I can tell you the day of the week. Obviously everything is today. It's all during office hours. We go down, but we can give you that behavioral information and we can begin to tell you that we've had 2 users that have dropped off on the first screen. This is probably the only technology that can tell you drop off per screen. In other words, we can tell you where you're losing your market. You can pause the campaign, clone it, change that page, more compelling content, and push it out again, and you're able to refine your communication strategy and your engagement strategy. Could we look at devices? So over here we can tell you, obviously most people are communicating on smartphones, but we have had 8 people connecting on desktops, which obviously be laptops. Thanks, Jeremy. Can we look at the feedback? And won't you just open up, obviously because of POPI Act, we've had to protect some of the data, but won't you just open up and just show how easy it is to filter? Yeah, if you click on the gray one. Yeah. So So already we can begin to see how many left-handed, right-handed people are. If you put your mobile number in, we would have picked it up, etc. So this is the background information. Could we go back to the main dashboard before we announce our prizes? We'll look at the leaderboard in a moment. Or maybe we have a quick sneak peek at the leaderboard just to see. Okay. All right, so here we go. We can actually begin to see now. Sibu Siso. Is that us, Sibu? Ah! The judges have said family and employees, family and friends are not eligible. No, we'll see. All right, so here we can begin to see who's doing what. So we're going to close the competition in a minute. Can we just look at the big dashboard, please? Just the BI dashboard. All right, so what we're able to tell you already is that 4 people feel that Dr. David Malapo should be the next American president. Remember us. Remember us when you get to the top. There are 9 cat lovers that have got Android devices and are right-handed. There are 21 males that are in a happy relationship. There are 14 that feel, 14% of the room feels that another pandemic is going to be the biggest impact. So this was just a quick 2-minute exercise to show you how an engagement can generate conclusive information. The next thing is to say, how do we respond to that? And now we engage and we return the engagement with individualized. So now we only want to talk to left-handers that are males, that are cat lovers, that are, and so we're able to now deal with people. So when we talk to learners at colleges, and this is a serious part, the funds aside now, we can actually ask them, how do you feel? Do you need help? Would you like counseling? And we can either offer that to them in person, or we can offer them video, we can offer that to them in a web environment, online meetings, etc., etc. So there's so much, but our time is up. Could we please go to our winners, and if I can ask Dr. Dave to please come present the prizes. But are we going to allow this? It's Arnold's.
That's fine. It's his birthday.
Could we have Viv? I can't see the other name. Could we call a Viv up to this?
Who's Viv?
Viv?
Oh, there you go. Great.
Viv! Well done. Well done.
Which one do you want? This one? Oh, thank you. She's supporting her brother.
Arnold, it's your birthday, and you definitely got a birthday present coming, but we can't give you the prize. Staff and family and friends are excluded. But if we can get Ria Batswe up, please. Well done. Well done. Congratulations. Awesome. Thank you, David.
Now, did you enjoy that, yeah? Now, let's be practical. Mr. President, we actually one of the schools that you and I are still dealing with other things, but practical, we are launching, and of course, Ekurhuleni is one of them. This is Mental Awareness Month.
That's right.
And number 2, we're also launching the binge drinking hashtag. Just tell the people exactly what we're going to be doing, what we are doing with the TVET colleges now.
Right, so we've identified 3 colleges which we're going to be visiting, engaging with, making sure all the stakeholders contribute towards the campaign and the program. And then we're going to be establishing milestones towards the program of engaging with community leaders in their involvement, where we're now talking to at least a minimum of 1,000 learners per campus. And they will be exposed to rich engagements to first make them aware, to educate, and then to get feedback and response. It's not a once-off thing, this. You don't stop a binge drinking, I want to almost say epidemic, in one attempt. There's an ongoing digital engagement process. And on that basis, we're able to change the attitude. And when you change an attitude, you can change your behavior. If you try and change your behavior, it doesn't last very long. So if we can start by providing content and information and education, we'll change attitudes change behavior, and then we get the results we're looking for.
And also for the marketing people. So, Mr. President, as part of our partnership, you leave this conference loaded. You know, awareness campaigns, even the Eastern Cape. We can do this thing, different languages, whatever, but we want you to experience it first. Same thing in the DRC, Cote d'Ivoire, whatever. we can change the thing into French and then make it
Absolutely.
happen. Okay. So again, right now, Ape, I'm going to ask you to steal him quickly, but you're still going to be back after lunch because there are 2 or 3 other people who will meet you. And introduce this man as Superman. He looks
Yes,
like Superman.
There's an ongoing running competition if he looks more like Clark Kent or Peter Parker. What do you think, Peter Parker or Clark Kent? So, sorry to put you on the spot. I think he prefers Clark Kent, but there's a running competition on his true identity. But this is Jeremy Timson, our head of product development, and always a pleasure to have. Thank you, Jeremy.
So Andrew, I want to say thank you so much. We've known each other. And again, Tony, thanks so much for reconnecting us with our brother. We are looking forward. We're already in the TVET space, but again, corporates, we are available. After lunch, let's now take this thing further there, okay?
Thanks, David.
Let's give you a wonderful round of applause. Dr. Phil, if you can come up here, and somebody quickly from Tumahule, please, just one or 2 things. From Tumahule, who's the rep? Just come up here, please. Phil, I wanted to talk to you yesterday. Just share with us what you're doing quickly.
Awesome.
Yes.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Doc.
Go ahead, my brother.
Are you good, guys? Yes. Wonderful. You can smile. Even if you lost the prize, you can smile. Okay, my name is Dr. Phil Trangira, the black Dr. Phil, not the other one. I work with young people in the area of leadership development. I think that is what I want to concentrate on today.
Yeah, please just make it quick because of time, Ava.
Quick one.
Yes.
We know that we have a leadership challenge, and everybody here was talking about challenge. We decided that maybe this year we need to answer that by providing training. 32 modules for a year to 100 young people. At the end of the year, they get an NQ5. I think, what do you call it? Is it a higher national diploma or something? Yeah, something like that. And so we're very excited that we can offer that to them and at no cost. And that's why corporates like the ones that are here are very important to make sure that they enable these young people to do something. So very excited that we are doing that. And then, of course, he will be speaking at a summit in September, where we're calling young people from Africa, 250 young people from Africa to South Africa to come and talk to us about the future, the Africa that they want. You know, sometimes us adults, we talk about the Africa we want for our children. What about them? And so we're saying, come, speak to us about the Africa you want. Of course, you'll have instigators, motivators, like Dr. Molapo, who will nudge you and encourage you towards a certain path. But then you are able to actually sit down and say, but we want this. And we will be writing that into a document that we can talk to SG there and say, this is what the young people are saying.
If people want to get a hold of you now, and because people are watching online, please give us your details.
Okay, cell phone number +27 74 332 0035.
And remember, it's not an LMS. Let's repeat that again. Just check it's not an LMS. Let's repeat that again. What's the number?
Yes. +27.
Yes, sir.
74 332 0035.
An email or
email,
Instagram?
you can write Phil, PHIL, @leaders.co.za.
One more time, Phil
@leaders.co.za. Or you can also say phil@tnetwork.com.
And for those people that are here, please, during lunch, don't run.
Yes,
Let the
please.
people connect with you there.
Yes, please.
Yeah.
Let's do that.
My
Thank
brother,
you so much.
this is Dr. Phil. I'm proud of that. So let's support our brothers, particularly for the continent. Thanks, Dr. Phil.
Doctor.
Young man, short and sweet, what have you learned? What's the way forward? Last year we started. We then brought you guys to the augmented virtual stuff there.
Yes.
So what have you done from last year to this year? Tell us your name first.
Oh,
Good afternoon, everyone. The name is Karabo Masilu. I'm from Tumahole Legacy Foundation. Since from last year when we were here, we believe that in order for you to see, in order for you to have the vision and to see where other people are going, where the technology, the direction of the technology is going, the future skills that we're gonna need in the next technology. We have partnered with, Bushka Foods, because we believe as much as our learners and our communities need future technology, future skills, they still need to eat. They still need to have something in their stomach. So we've partnered with agricultural companies that will help us with agro-processing, agriculture, and stuff like that. And mostly, as SG has gave us a holistic view of the foundation yesterday, we've been focusing mostly on education, but our education mostly we were focusing on the matriculants and taking a lot of learners abroad and in other universities and stuff. So, but now we've tried to look into TVETs and other institutions, because for some time we have realized we have neglected the other people that we were not focusing on. So that is what we've generally been doing since from last year. We've tried to close the gap and the disconnect between what has been happening and where the future is currently taking us.
So after today, I'm going to meet with you guys. You're going to tell us, not us telling you, you're going to tell us from this conference to next year's conference, what are we going to do there? No, not now. I'm just saying when we finish.
Okay.
When we finish today, before you leave, we need to sit down. May not be today. We need to come and have a session. We attended the 2 days, but there are gaps. President Sanele said, partnership. That Mlapo connect us with this, then you continue to do this with ICANN. What can we do so that we can keep the momentum going? Okay,
all right, Doctor.
Okay.
No,
so I hope you're taking some notes, Kwa.
Yes, sir.
Because Tumahule legacy, it's all about leaving a legacy,
living a legacy, and
not a vacancy.
Building the community, and yes.
Sharp, sharp. Let's give it up for K. Karabo.
Thank you, Doctor.
Thank you, Doctor. You know, Anthony spoke about change. Change comes from within. We need to break the shackles. And he spoke about the past does not equal the future. We have to move from being a giver to a getter. But let me just ask you, is change easy? Change is not easy. Our next guest is all about change. It's all about how change and how we can change our concept and our ideas of change. My next guest is Amy. We're going to have a panel discussion. She has a BA in media, an MSc in strategic management, a doctorate in business admin. In the past 5 years, she has been teaching at digital marketing and innovation management at Vega, also a brand management coach. So what we're going to do, I'm just going to get Amy here. Amy, I love doing activities, so can we stand here in front? And I want you to understand, and I want you to play with change, and so that we can get into the topic of digital change and the impact of change. I want you to put your hands like this. All of us put our hands. Amy, can you put your hands like that? I want you to close your hands, and when you close your hands, I want you to tell me which thumb is on top. So let's close our hands. Which thumb is on top? Is right or left?
Right is the right one.
Amy, how many have right thumb? Let me see your hands. Awesome. Let's do it again. Hands open, close your hands. Which thumb is it?
Right.
When you do things over and over again, the same thing over and over again, you will keep doing the same thing over and over again. Change is not easy. Change is difficult.
Yeah.
Let us try changing. How many of you want to change today? We've learned so much today. I'm going to help you, show you how important change is. I want you to open your hands again. And now slowly, because change is difficult. Am I right, Amy?
That's very true.
I want you to close your hands, but do it differently. Left over right or right over left, the opposite direction. Is that easy?
No, it's
Now
not
that
easy.
is change. That is what change is about. It's not going to be easy. But if you do it again, you can see you do it slowly, it can become easy.
Yeah.
Every day, a journey of 1,000 miles starts with one step.
Yeah.
What is the step you're going to take today? If you take that step, your life will change. Your relationship will change. Your impact on future digital skills will change. We're going to talk now about how digital impact can have an influence in the lives of your lives and how it can impact you. My guest Amy is going to share some insights. Yeah, it's fine. Amy, you know, what inspired firstly your involvement in digital marketing?
I believe that in life and in the world that we live in, from how cultures came to be to how language spread out, and I believe there is always an aspect of influence and persuasion. And I believe that's what marketing is about. So that's what I felt, if we are to change the world, someone made mention to morals. We need to learn the art of persuasion and present ourselves in places where we can actively nurture and guide that, and guide the world to actually develop in the way that we believe is best.
You know, you talk of guide the world in what is best.
Yeah.
Is there a difference between digital marketing and social media?
The difference between digital marketing and social media, let me take you back. May I please have the second slide? The first, second, third. Yes. I want you to take a journey with me. Many, many years ago, maybe centuries, when there were explorers in the whole world, people wanted to take on territory, right? They would explore, find new continents, and occupy those continents first and name those continents. Or sometimes they'll colonize worlds, they'll colonize countries and call them their own and take resources. Now, ladies and gentlemen, let me present to you a truth that the numbers that are on the screen will actually show you that these are facts. Now we are not taking territories physically, we are taking territories virtually. If you want to change the world, you want people to listen to you, to hear you, you have to move in a world where they are paying attention. Now if you ask me, where is everybody? Everybody is online. Think about it. It doesn't matter whether we are in a meeting, someone touched their phone. We touched our phones, right? If people are on a taxi going somewhere, the only person looking at the road is who? Is the driver. Everybody else is virtually. So the question is, how extreme is the circumstances surrounding the world or people that are paying attention online? Well, it's true. Look at that. 63% of the world is online. Go to the next slide. Look at how it has grown from 2012 to 2022. We moved from a time when it was around 15% of the world online, now to 60% of the world. Now, if you knew that you could talk to maybe 5 billion people in the world, wouldn't you want to be in that platform? That's the platform you'd want to be. Imagine doing that at the comfort of your own office or home. Move on to the next slide. Move on to the other slide so you can see the number of people. Now, what's intriguing now, let's come home to South Africa. These are backed up statistics. 11 hours. An individual on average in South Africa is online. Social media, almost 4 hours, 5 hours. Now, if you ask me why it's important for us to talk about digital marketing, digital media, the virtual space, traffic is not in the physical space anymore. It's virtual. If you want to sell, go virtual. If you want to speak to people, go virtual. There was a time when people used to read newspapers. Now we go online on websites to check the news, right? Before, people used to listen to radios. Now the traffic on podcasts is absolutely amazing. There was a time when social movements, people would stand on podiums in neighborhoods. Now people go online and say hashtag Black Lives Matter, and the movement blows, and it explodes throughout the world. So digital marketing is absolutely important. And you made mention to something. You said to me, what is the difference between digital marketing and just social media? Because there's been this uncomfortable truth that there's an assumption that digital marketing is also social media marketing. But the truth of the matter is social media marketing is just a small component inside digital marketing. When we're talking about digital marketing, we mean using email marketing. You know this thing where you subscribe to someone's contact list, and then from that day until hopefully the second coming of the Messiah, the person sends you emails almost every day, isn't it? Absolutely. That's email marketing. They want you to always remember who they are, to remember, and they use email marketing. There's mobile marketing, right? There's search engine optimization. Did you know that nowadays you can actually pay so that when you are searching the best foundations in South Africa, then you get 4IR at the top. You can actually have that. So that's part of social media digital marketing, not just social media marketing. And I believe that it's imperative for us to understand the scope, how wide it is, but the thorough appreciation that now eyes are here for many hours. And the beauty of it is that digital marketing, we can measure, we can monitor, right? And the communication is both ways, yeah? Back in the days when you're on radio, unless someone calls in, you never know what your customers are thinking or feeling about you. But now through digital marketing, you can measure, you can monitor, you can comment in real life, okay? And you can also know exactly who is speaking to you. If you actually boost or pay for an ad, you can see who actually interacted with your advert, how long were they there, what did they say, and your impact is amplified in that order.
You know, you talk of the impact.
Yes.
You talked of measure.
Yeah.
How we can monitor. How can we do this? So much businessmen out here, corporates out here, government out here, schools out here. How can they maximize their time effectively on social media and digital marketing?
There is an aspect called almost every social media platform or most of the digital marketing platforms that actually support digital marketing virtually. There's what we call analytics. And I think this is where we need to be as Africa. We need to be able to do something, but also measure our progress. So that if something is not working, we pull the plug before we spend a lot of money. So how do we measure? There are analytics that you can actually check out in real time. Like every minute, every hour, every week. You can actually see whether you're doing well or not doing well. And I think not waiting for a year to elapse and we're at an annual board meeting to actually check whether our numbers are tallying, whether we made money, whether we made impact, whether we spoke to the right people. I think digital marketing is the way to go. If we are to create social change, if we are to have community impact that is targeted to a particular people group, you can do targeting through digital marketing. And I believe that's really the true essence of wanting to persuade and change and speak and communicate to the right people.
So a lot of people want to communicate to the right people, speak to the right people, become effective in digital marketing. As a business coach, what advice do you give people out there in the corporate world, in the government world, at schools, at colleges?
Okay, I would say the world is changing. May you please go to slide number 7, 6, and 7? I think those are the last ones. The reality is here. Things have changed. There are times when we, like you made mention, it's not easy, but it's a reality. Would you believe that in the past year, 24 million people in South Africa have made a transaction online? So people are ready to buy, people are ready to transact, people are ready to buy online courses, to pay for school fees online. Go to the next one. I like the next one. Look at the amount of money that has been spent just virtually, that exchanged hands virtually. These are backed up statistics, by the way. So if you ask me, are we ready? We have to be ready because it's happening. And if you're asking me, is it important? I don't know if you want this piece of the pie. Go to the last slide. To the next slide. Yes. I don't know if you want a piece of the, yes, the next one. Look at this, how much people have spent in South Africa, not anywhere else, spending on fashion, spending on furniture, electronics, just the transactions that happen virtually. PPEs, yes. So it's imperative, social change. We can do it virtually through digital marketing, selling and buying, getting donations, helping disadvantaged communities, speaking to the right people, hearing what our customers are saying, right? We have to be customer-centric. We have to be a listening organization so that we continuously ensure that our brand is relevant and transforming communities that we are doing business in. So look at that. I think we need to have a share of that pie. People are online. Evidently, a lot of South Africans are online. millions are online, and 92% of which access virtual anything through their mobile phones, which means anywhere. So anywhere, anytime, you can speak, you can make impact, you can trade, you can communicate. I think this is a beautiful time that we are in. Back in the years, you had to travel to conquer a continent, but now you can actually be on social media. And I think this is the hope for Africa. I think if Africa, we want to trade amongst ourselves, we want to improve our communities, we want to share resources, share information, this is the world that we are in, and you can access anyone at social at any time.
How? I'm sure many are asking the same question. How many of you here want to go online and be more effective? Let me see by a show of hands. So many of us want to go online. We don't know how. How do we set up the systems? How do we create these systems? I'm sure many of you want to know, I'm sure. How do we do those systems? How do we go online and start becoming, as a business coach,
Yes.
what tools do you give us?
I would say the first tool is make a meeting with Dr. Molapo, 4IR, that's where you can find me, right? Make a meeting, I'm sure he's definitely will make time for you in his calendar. And let's discuss how, through 4IR, how can we move your organization to the next level? With this information, by the way, this is just a scratch on the surface. There's so much sitting down and hearing the context of your organization, your strategic mission, your strategic goals, where you want to see yourself, who your target audience are, or who the community you want to impact is. Then with that understanding, we can curate the right strategy and deploy it. One that you can measure from day one. I think that's the beauty, right? You can get answers, you can get numbers, and you can get information, and you can measure, and you can, there's so much that can be done. But first, please make a meeting with Dr. Molapo. We are here for you. I am there through 4IR.
You know, just on that, how many of you, I just want to see by a show of hands, find this very interesting and would like to interact with Dr. Molapo, with Mr. Amy? How many of you want to do that? So who's going to, so how can they reach you and contact you? How can we set up the first meeting? So tell us the process here after lunch,
right.
or before lunch. What are we going to do?
I'm available. Besides, through 4IR, please have a go. Those are my contacts. You can send me a WhatsApp even now with your full names so that I can save your number, and then I'll send you this digital business card. Please feel free to contact me. I'm available. Let's have a sit down and talk. And moving forward, 4IR and we are all here. We are available. And thank you very much.
You know, for one, I say thank you so much, Amy. I think it was quite dynamic. As a business coach, I'm quite interested. I'm going to be inspired, so I'm going to be one of those first people to have a meeting, because I definitely want to build my brand. I want to take my brand to the next level. And if you want, here's the connection you can make. Contact Amy, and let's engage and interact what I can. Thank you so much, Amy. It was very inspiring.
Thank you.
So TVET colleges, as you can see, even the brand of your college. Mr. President, and also DRC. Amy, do you speak French? You know, my brother, Brother Fred is looking. We need the brand, because Africa's problem is that we don't know how to market ourselves. Tony, you've always been complaining that we need to market ourselves. And I hope, where's my other brother there? Or did he leave? Okay. KG, I want you here. Jack, I want you here. Craig, I want you here. Where's your lovely sister? Is she here? Yeah, please come up here. We're about to finish, guys. Thank you so much. We are on schedule and on time. Thank you. We'll finish before 2 o'clock today. Then the 2 presentations that are left, it's going to be Ulwembu, our key speaker, our key platinum sponsors, and then Dr. Ned Netsiwa is here to wrap it up there. Don't take an offering, but just to motivate. SG, you heard what Ndate said. He said, once an SG, always an SG. And he mentioned top 6. Why not top 7, top 6? So I looked at SG, top 6, you know. Thank you so much again for your support. Yeah, let's give him a... My brother, just introduce yourself, my bro.
Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. My name is, I prefer this one, Tinyiko, though my other name is Jack, but I prefer this one, Tinyiko Jackson Makubela.
And what do you do here at 45 Africa?
We came here especially on behalf of our company, North Safety or James North. We came here to interact with too many other people, especially the business class, people from education, people from all walks of life. We came in here so that we can continue to learn and to also sell ourselves to the rest of the world.
I'm going to ask you 2 questions, then we're done. Prepare yourself on how you're going to sell yourself to these guys. Say other people who were not there, they were not here, they were not watching, please introduce yourself. You are one of our sponsors. Please share your name, sir.
Sure. It's Craig. Is this on? Is it on?
Yes.
Hi, my name is Craig Garvey. I'm the CEO for Fortify Africa. These are my wonderful team on the left or right of me, which I'm sure they'll get to now.
Yes. And what does Fortify Africa do?
So it's interesting, I neglected to mention yesterday, but I think it's worth pointing out. If you have a look at our brand changing, and part of the strategy today, or over the last couple of days, was to really get down to launching our new brand, evolving, going forward. There's a glaring omission in the new name. The word safety has disappeared, if you have noticed. So from North Safety Products to Fortify Africa. And, at the moment we are predominantly a PPE company, very strong in manufacturing locally, and have an incredible distribution network, which is all based around South Africa and into Africa, which is probably where our strength lies. And because of that, we've spent many years looking at how do we evolve ourselves and go forward. A lot of the common customers that we supply into the mining sector or engineering sector or food and beverage, we obviously are very big clienteles of ours. And looking at our strengths, we needed to add to our offerings to the rest of the market. Fortify Africa, the relevance of the word safety disappearing is because within Fortify Africa, there are 4 clear divisions which have come to light over the years, and the company's been around since 1948. And these four pillars, that let's call them pillars for now, is obviously we have a PPE pillar, which is very strong, and we have people that look after our PPE division. COVID taught us that we were actually quite well positioned in the medical space, which the crossover from industrial to medical is not that difficult. In fact, we have a whole array of products in the medical field that all have their NAPI codes, so they're all accredited.
And that is why I mentioned medical. That is why I was saving Ulwembu for the medical space, because these guys are massive in the PE providing. So you'll see other things that the last presentation will do there. Fantastic. So that's the second pillar. The third pillar?
The second one was medical, and the third one, we've always been in it, we've always delved in it from bits and pieces of it, and that is an industrial division. That industrial division at the moment has the distribution rights for a product that comes from Germany called Rover. It's basically a lubricants business. It's got all the accreditations for your Mercedes-Benz, your Caterpillars, your trucks, and basically those accreditations, and not to go too technical, but in theory, you could fill that truck as it was manufactured off the production line, and all your warranties remain intact, because that particular oil or those lubricants have been accredited by the OEMs, the manufacturers of those particular vehicles. Obviously, we're specializing at the moment in what we call our industrial space, which is the yellow goods, so all your big tractors, your graders, anything around the mining sector, those vehicles which are obviously very expensive and need to be well maintained going forward in order to keep their warranties and whatever sort of service plans that they've taken at the time of acquiring those vehicles. And the fourth
pillar, yes.
The fourth pillar is what we call our lifestyle pillar, and it's really in PPE we find slowly and surely this market moves into, well, a pair of jeans is not necessarily a PPE item, but it is certainly a requirement to come to work in. So there's a sector in this market that is more, let's call it the corporate workwear side of the business, and that will eventually fall into that final pillar, and we'll move into.
And it's important, President Sanet, because one of the colleges that we are working with, they now are coming to a point where all the educators, like to corporatize it. Because sometimes some of the educators, they come up with torn jeans. I know we need to be cool, whatever, but they still want just to live that stuff on just a corporate level. Because, a lecturer must, again, you don't say you're irrelevant, but still have that corporate look. So you're now also in that space there.
Correct.
Okay? We'll come back to you for the last question. My brother, just introduce yourself there.
Evening. Good day, everyone. Afternoon. It's afternoon, yeah. Okay, my name is Kakalo Mdlodzi. I'm a BDO at Fortify Africa.
Now, BDO, other people are thinking about other things. You know, what does BDO stand for? Because this is high-tech, yeah.
Okay, Business Development Officer.
Sometimes, you know, those things, hey, who's that BDO? Sharpman, I'm MFO, you know, something like that. So, you know, yeah. So, Business Development Officer.
Yes.
Awesome. And then I'm going to give you a chance when we come back on the second round, because I want to know what do you do and make an appeal to the people to support.
Okay.
And I want to thank you for connecting me with these guys. Because people need to know. You just need one person to connect, and it's through you that I've connected with these guys.
Yes.
So what do you do at BDO?
What I do at BDO is we marketing the, how can I put it, we are on the marketing industry where we just trying to reach out, I mean, and with our new branding, Fortify and all that. So we're just trying to grow the company into other levels and, you know, just to spread through Africa and all that.
Wonderful. I'm going to come back to you.
Okay.
Madam?
Hi, everyone. Nice to be here. I'm Vivian Garvey. I'm the National Commercial Manager for Fortify. Basically, I'm the person you come to where we can get you nice contractual pricing. We can define your basket of goods that you require for the correct applications required for. Then we can negate terms, conditions, and supply and serviceability to your needs.
Thank you. Last question, because we need now to make some money. Guys will sell. The TVET space. You know, when President Sanele, in his opening remarks, spoke about the partnership, you guys are already doing stuff. Remember, I was privileged to be in your massive warehouses. Just tell the people what practically are you doing now with TVET students or unemployed university student or just unemployed student. Just share those success stories, please.
Okay, with regards to TVET, well, I know that we currently do supply some PPE to their laboratories and to their special needs to protect the people that are training in those environments. As a group, as a company, we also offer internships and learnerships. We work closely with Wasita, and we take on our interns to give them job working experience in their fields that they're qualified for, which allows them to go out into the market. If not absorbed by us initially, it gives them the experience they need to go out into the market and get a job.
And finally, again, simulation. I was blessed to be the chairman of South African Airways. When you mentioned simulation, I thought, wow. I never thought of that, President Sanele. Because maybe Craig, not today, but as we make some money, you know, let's consider doing a simulation for some of these young people to be able to get the so-called hours so that they can get the qualification. Will you be open to that? You've got a lot of space. You've got practical stuff. He mentioned people to come and teach. So jokingly, I said to Craig, Professor Craig. I did. I said, Professor Craig, you know. Are you open to that particular idea?
No, absolutely. I think it's a great movement, and it's a great opportunity to work together with these colleges and the learnerships to be able to upskill them and give them what they need, and work closely with all these lovely people here.
Well, he's not going to be the regional manager, Baba Uzwile, guess already. We need to go in and visit. I think what you're going to see is going to blow your mind. First of all, I'm a businessman. I saw so much stock, Ned. These guys have got stock 24/7. And then when you see the opportunities they're giving to people, so-called illiterate people who are now specializing, but this thing of simulation, if there is anything today, Baba, out of your speech, that one caught my attention because I could identify, relate, because of the South African Airways experience. So thanks so much again, Vivian. We'll be able to get in touch with you. So anybody, these guys will sell the deal, but you will then do the commercial deal. KG, last question. What would you say to the people here or online? We need money. Okay, you heard Tony, we need cash. So that we can be able to do the other things, I guess.
Most definitely. Yes, yeah, we need cash, and I mean, your support will highly be appreciated. Like Craig did mention that we are in the industry of mining, health, and all other sectors that are there. So your support will really mean a lot. And we've got product outside as you walk out, so please feel free to come to the table and all that. We've got bags for you and all that, mask and all that, so just try it on and all that, yeah.
Brother Jack, before I leave the CEO to do the stuff, I have been rich, I have been poor. Rich is better, trust me. You don't need a revelation for that, you know. So what would you say to the people? They need to support you.
In fact, what I would say to the people, let us work together. Let us support each other. And when it comes to our company, 45 Africa, like you ask KG one question, what is it that he's looking forward to? We actually inviting people, come on board, see our staff in there, give us the kind of support that we need so as we can grow up together. It's not only about us. We are gathered here so that we can help each other in as far as ideas are concerned, so as we can grow our own companies. So we are appealing to all people who are here from the business sector that please, if there is anything that goes with PPE, before you go to China, leaving us here, come and see us first before you fly all the way to China or wherever in the world. Anything that the Chinese are producing there are the things that we are producing here in South Africa, good quality. Trust me on that one. Thank you very much.
And Craig, which leave the last word to you. Let me commend you, first of all. SG, what this guy has done, he has given the shares to the workers, which is a powerful BE thing, because that's where it begins, with the workers that you have. And then you are incubating the BDOs up there, and I want to applaud you for that. And today, now connecting with ICANN Africa and our associates, I want to say thank you to you for that. Any last words to the people also? The people watching, people are here. Any words of encouragement or appeal also to them for your support? Go ahead.
Well, I think my team's pretty much wrapped it up. But from my side, personally, just thank you very much for having us and hosting us, David. It's been a phenomenal event, and definitely will be here first in line for next year, that's for sure.
Wonderful. But again, it's when people support, then you're able to support this kind of work. And again, the key word for the fourth industrial revolution is no longer competition. The key word is collaboration. It's called what?
Collaboration.
Exactly. Remember, one is too small a number to achieve greatness. One is too small a number to achieve greatness. Umuntu ngumuntu nga. Thank you so much again, guys. 45 Africa will be there. Let's mingle after lunch, whatever. Talk to them. And before you, Brother Jack, Brother Craig, KG, Vivian, thank you so much. Siyabonga. God bless you. Let's give them a wonderful round of applause. Before we have our motivational speaker, we are going to call on stage Sipho, Glenn, and Andre. Come on down. Come on down. Jabza, if you can call Andre, which is needed here, please. Yeah. Let's just sanitize this thing here. Presentation. Yeah. Okay, tonight we'll share. Okay, just use this one, Baba. Yeah. I think we're going to present from here. I'll present from here. Baba, as we are wrapping up, and thank you so much again for being on time, started on time. Some people need to drive, some people need to go to the airport. First of all, introduce yourself, Mebra.
Thank you, Doc. Let me start by welcoming everyone and thanking and appreciating your presence, everyone in the room. Igama Sipho Ndlovu. I'm an executive at UBS, which is Ulwembu. I look after business development.
Baba, we're all yours. So what are you going to give us today?
So I thought, because, I mean, the conversation has been flowing since yesterday, quite handsomely. We will add a little element into what has taken place. But I think what we'll try and do is just to keep the thread, which has been the ethos right through, the thread of training, of development, of IT transformation. That's what we do. That's the space that we're in. So we'll try and keep up with it. What I'll go through now, it's our health management system. Ulwazu yesterday went through the learner management one, so we'll look at now the health space in that, and then Glenn.
Just on a lighter note, can we do it on the phone now?
No,
learner management system. So the healthcare management system, can we do it on the phone? Smithly.
Yes, you can. You can. But let me just run through it first. So that's just some of the topics we'll go through. You can go. So the easiest thing to sort of try and explain a piece of technology, right? is to understand what problem are you solving. Right? So here I'm just giving you an idea in terms of, in this solution, what are the things we're trying to solve. Right? It's a health system, a primary health system. These are current things. I think anyone who's visited a clinic, who's visited a public hospital, will be familiar with this, right? The long queues. Your file is not here. We don't know where your file is. You come to be treated for this, but you end up being treated for something else. You know? And you can go to multiple facilities and get treated for different things. So those are sort of the challenges that the system has. But one of the biggest things, I would say, a best value add for the people that manage the facility is to understand what's happening in the environment. So if you're managing a clinic, typical environment, you're managing the school, right? You need to know what's happening so that you can be able to make the right decisions so that the facility works properly. And that is what this gives anyone who runs that environment. You would see here, the touch point is around 5 areas that the system can come in. Patient healthcare management system, as it says, you manage patients. You know, how do you address the problem of long queues, right? In this system, people are able to book an appointment, right? The facility is able to manage in terms of the load of people that are coming in. If in an hour, you know, these are how many people you have. In terms of your staff, how many people you need to have in the facility. That's where you manage that, right? But also, one of the things that happens a lot, if I consider people that are online, there's a fraud element that we faced with in this country when it comes to medication. You know, I'll go to clinic number 1 or hospital number 1, right? Get treated, given a pack of medicines, whatever that medicine is. Tomorrow I go to clinic number 2, right? Once I get all that medication, what do? I go and sell it, right? With this, you cut that out. Because the minute you go to a next facility, they can immediately see that, okay, yesterday you were at that facility, and this is what you were provided with, right? So that's what you're able to cut out with it, right? We talked about education. You know, this system, you're able to extend it. We do this for nursing college, where you're able to do your training with your nurses, right, using the same system. So these are sort of the different areas where you can look at solving problems with. Right? Medical monitoring devices. Andre, where's Andre? So Andre's got a beautiful piece of equipment. Beautiful piece of equipment, can be used offline, can be used anywhere in the country. I'll let him run through that. But the beauty of that and the beauty of the system is you're able to integrate the two. Right? So you're able to integrate the two where now it allows you to go to the rural areas, be able to provide service in the rural areas without the need of being in the actual facility, where that information can then be transferred back to the facility. So the next time that person goes to the facility, that information is there. These are the different modules. We modularize it. You look at the side that is green, that is your basic modules. If you get the system, you'll get it with those modules, right? But you're able to add more modules to it. You know, if you look at some of these are quite self-explanatory. But I will focus on 2 just for this presentation. The ward-based outreach team. Yesterday, the princess spoke about being a rural person and the challenges that they have in the rural environment. Right? In other words, we need to now have processes and systems that take that facility to your far-flung out areas. Right? Instead of people walking up to the clinic, and I mean, some of the times they come there like 5, 6 o'clock in the morning just to get their medication. You are able with this to get your mobile facilities to go to those areas, be able to provide services in those areas, but also be able to retain that information in both ways. if this time somebody went to the facility and get tests done, when they meet a service provider in a mobile environment, that service provider is still able to access the results of your tests. So it's almost like you were in a clinic, but you are not in the clinic. So that provides quite a big value in that. This environment is a regulated environment. You're talking people's lives, right? Doctors, pathologists. We have a responsibility as a business to make sure that if we get this thing out and we provide it to facilities, it conforms to regulation. Right? This conforms to the standards of the World Health Organization. Right? In terms of South African, all the requirements in terms of what it should conform with, we have it. I don't know if you know what the HPRS is. HPRS is the one that the government, especially in public hospital, they use. This system is able to integrate to that. So in other words, if you already have a system that you're using in the environment, you don't have to rip and replace. You are able to integrate with this system. Right. Thank you, sir. Here, this is just a dashboard, just to give you an idea if you're using this in your facility, what sort of information you'd look at. I mentioned the biggest value and benefit for the facility is to be able to manage your environment. So here you're able to see, you get all your reports. These are, I mean, you can see it's a dashboard. You're able, on your left-hand side, you can go to different areas. If you're admitting someone, you're opening up a file for them, or they go through to triage, or they go and get medication. So you can track the person right up until they leave the facility, and you'll be able to understand what medication they got. Thank you, Baba. This speaks to the integration I spoke about. You would see, I mean, things like your X-ray, your biometric scanners. This is an interesting thing. We are currently implementing this in Tshwane, in the clinics around Tshwane. My DSA here was there yesterday. Right. One of the added elements they are putting in the system is an equipment that will be able to, so as you come into the facility, right, it will take your temperature, right? It will talk that, okay, patient so-and-so is here. So at reception, they already know that, okay, they are here, the person is here, the facility is there, right? So it also helps them to manage that traffic as you come in. So it's right at the door as you come in. So that helps you, to integrate with whatever systems you have in the business. You spoke about mobile, right? Are you able to manage this? Yes, you can do that on a mobile. So if the nurses are out in the field and they need to transfer information or a file, they can do it on a mobile phone. Right? Even if in that point where they are, there's no signal, this thing is able to capture that information. The minute they get connectivity, it sends it back to the central space. Right? So that's how beautiful the system is. Right? Next, Baba. You would see here, basically this is what the system is. What are the values that the facility will have? And so when I say client, it's actually the facility. But this extends to the patient. Because from a patient point of view, it's ease of access to a medical environment or to the clinic. I spoke about the World Health Organization. Unique patient identifiers, which is a big thing. That's what helps us to be able to say, you were at clinic 1 today, you can go to clinic 2 now. Client benefits, so I won't go through line by line, but you would see in terms of some of the benefits I spoke about. The last one, improved decision-making and responsiveness. I bring it again, same parallel with what's happening at the TVET environment with learner management systems, where you're able to manage your courses, you're able to manage a number of students that you have. That's what you get same year. You're able to manage that. You would see here, this just gives you an example, which is what I've just explained, right? The first one we call her Nandi, just gives you a view in terms of what would the different stages be if somebody goes to the facility pregnant. So the first time you go to a facility, you're pregnant, they open your file, and then every time you go to visits, that file is kept, just keeps moving in the system, your x-rays, right up until you deliver the baby. That information lives with you. It doesn't matter which facility in that environment you go to, that information will always be there. Thank you. So now this is for the selling people, right? How do we get this going? Our approach as a business is always a consultative one, right? We will sit and understand the environment. If, for instance, you want to go and plug it in, say, in Zambia, right? You would need to understand the environment in Zambia. What is it that you want to get out of the system? You saw that there's different modules, so we'd be able to advise you that these are the modules that you can have in your environment, or you can ramp up these modules, right? And once we go through that process, we agree on the process of saying, how do we implement this thing? How long does it take? Because some of these things, it's customized for your environment. So we'll go through that development cycle. But the most important thing out of it is also that we will support you through the journey. So even when the system is up and running, we will still be around to support you. And if ever there's any new modules that we bring up or any developments that we do in the system, we will still be around to do that. So here you would see it's a matching of where do we start and what do we end up delivering at the end. This, as you can see, screens to make sure that what you said you want and how you want it, that's exactly how we deliver it. The next slide, so the very same system we did it at Egule. So this just gives you a view in terms of where have we implemented this. This is the project that happened at Eguleni. I think even the next one, it's one of those that what we've done. Okay, so this is the LMS that Lwazi was talking about yesterday. Like I say, now we're currently implementing and putting it through at City of Tshwane. The next slide, I had put it in deliberately. I think there's also a question that came up today in terms of connectivity. All these systems need data or data, Doctor? Is it data or data or one of the two, right? So, yeah. So any of the two. So this it's no longer a luxury. Connectivity is what all we need. So the benefit of what we provide is the Wi-Fi system. We're doing that again in Tshwane. So we're able to do that if you got environments where you don't have connectivity. So we're able to do that because the broader spectrum you have of network connectivity, the better your system works. But like I said, even if you're in environments where you do not have connectivity, it doesn't stop you from using the system because you're able then to upload those information. So this is one of the things that we do. All right, so I think this is for sailing people, just to give you an idea in terms of if you want to implement something like this. So there's different models of contracting to it. You can say, we want the system, build it for us, put it on the ground, and support it for us. That's most probably look around that number, depending on the size, of course, of the venue. But, all right. Am I too slow? I don't know. Go back. Back. Yeah, right here. All right. Yeah. So because we own the system, right? If you get licenses, so these are the two ways that you can contract it. You can conduct it on a transaction basis, which means if you want to put it up, right, it may cost you very little. You might have to make sure that you've got the necessary equipment for it to run. But from a licensing point of view, you might not have a heavy outlay upfront. But you can then start charging per transaction, so as you use it, right? How that assists you as a customer is the ease of putting up the system. You know, you don't have that burden of having a high capital to put up front. All right, we can go now. Yeah, I think everyone has seen this, right? So that's behind me. And Lorraine also spoke about this. This is now the group, the Ulwembu Group. These are the different entities in Ulwembu Group. Glenn will talk briefly about smart integration, which links between the two and also links to what the conference is about for today. So next steps is we are available. We are available to talk. We are available to advise. And the talk is not only on what the system does, but how can we help you to put it in your environment or in your clinic or in your area or in your province. My contact details, these are my contact details. See, I'm copying from Mubavala, yeah. He got his contact details, there's my contact details. So if you want to take a picture, there you are, right? Any questions so far?
Let's first of all, before questions, let's give Brother Sipo a wonderful round of applause. Now, Tony told us about the QR code, so we need to go to that level. Any questions quickly? Because of time, questions? Remember, he's going to be here. Brother Ned, I know you've got a question. You know what? I'm looking at you. Our biggest client in Zimbabwe needs this. I didn't tell you that. So, Baba Sipo, because I'm a person, I want action.
Yeah.
So after everything, the first person is that one. The second person is my brother here representing other parts of the continent.
All right. All right.
So when we finish, I'll have lunch with him. We're going to talk to Brother Freddie, and other guys will be joining us, okay?
All right.
I want a quick turnaround, okay?
We're here.
Thank you so much. Have a seat here, Baba.
Thank you.
This is the first time I see Glenn on it, wearing a tie. Please, let's stand up, let the people see you there. You look sharp. Mtanele, just one question on behalf of Brother Sipo. TVET colleges, are you also in that nursing place? Because we are realizing what now we are short about nurse. Are we now, because universities and DINOSA, which is one of our cutting a lot of nurses, are the TVET colleges involved in nursing development? But again, it's the same thing with educators now, but that's another topic. So that's an opportunity for us to simulate some of these things in the TVET.
Into where we've got problems here, and then moving it up, empowering society, and then as Dr. David said, we're moving from competition to collaboration. So the more we can collaborate and grow together, that's where the power is. So back one slide, or forward, I don't know which way. So these are the things that we talking about here. And what I've seen is sustainability is a massive issue. We're talking about unemployment, education, safety, security, healthcare, and agriculture. And all of those things have been mentioned here. That's why I'm surprised to say that half of my presentation has already been covered here. And our speciality is implementing these solutions, and the word artificial intelligence, analytics, Internet of Things, virtual reality, and we saw virtual reality here as well. So these are the things which we need to collaborate on, and we've got to make real. Having these presentations and not doing anything is one of the biggest issues we've got. So what I'd like to see is how we take these things and actually implement them in a real-life strategy. And like we say, working with government, but we've got to here, as business, jump in and get the thing going. If we can please go to the next slide. So that's the common practice today is saying technology is replacing people's jobs. And that's one of the things we've been speaking about now. So what we're striving to do is, through the cutting edge technology, is open up training academies. So this is where the collaboration, we don't want to reinvent the wheel, so working with the colleges that are there, taking those academies and equipping school leavers to be able to implement and maintain these new technologies. So as I said before, the collaboration is a massive part here. Also, what I picked up is we're talking about how we get partners. Now, if you look at OEM partners, like we work with CCTV manufacturers, we work with access control companies, getting them to start training in these colleges, because having a way of doing virtual training is one thing, but being able to actually, when you leave, be able to implement this is a massive thing. So again, speaking about the virtual reality and the open spaces of practical training, that is critical. So we can't anymore do just virtual training, the people leave and they haven't got a hands-on appreciation of what they're doing. Doing this way, they can actually leave. You're getting the private sector partners to sponsor the training, sponsor the hardware, and that's, I think, a big thing to upskill the school leavers and do the unemployment, which is a massive thing. Job positions become obsolete in the near future. We've got to prepare, and in the technology is get people trained up to be able to install, maintain the new technology that's coming out. And it's seeing, like you said earlier, the future where we're going to, because we can see in the future a lot of the present jobs aren't there. We spoke about a carburetor in a new vehicle. Like we know the vehicles are going electric. We've got to prepare the learning systems, the training systems, and getting people able to work in those jobs when the other jobs become obsolete. Next slide, please. So that's how do we use technology in education? Like I said, we've got Safe Campus, education sharing, so maybe virtual schools using that virtual reality. So everything that we've seen today, we can collaborate and get the solutions. The solution is already there. It's getting buy-in, finding a way to fund it and get it going, whether it's through government, private sector, student management, again in the universities and that. So these are things that are already out there, and it's how do we use this technology to sort out education, which then in turn leads to the unemployment problem. Okay, next slide, please. Security and safety. We're speaking about smart cities. You know, a smart city isn't technology. A smart city is looking after the people that live in the city, live in the rural areas, making sure that we can look after those people. It's about being safe. It's a value of your life, like how the impact that you're getting on there. So some of these things here don't directly impact say citizens, but these are things that we do to generate, like we said, you've got to generate money to assist. So that might be in your buildings and that type of thing. So I think we've got to look at it as a holistic approach, is how do we take the commercial companies that we've got, make money and make sure that we can pour that in, but make it sustainable. Without sustainability or just passing the money through, we're not going to get anywhere. And then obviously making sure we reduce the general things like your crime and that type of thing. Okay, next slide, please. And then the one thing that we spoke about is healthcare. Yesterday I was in Soshanguve at one of the clinics there, and I don't know how many people here have got medical aid and go to private healthcare and that, but I stood there and I saw a gogo trying to get medication that would be there for maybe 5 hours. And I was thinking that with the technology we got now, we need to, the problems that are there to solve, we need to implement it. It's there and it's happening, but for me it's happening slowly, and it's for me also unacceptable that these things take so long. We need to jump in, collaborate, get them sorted, and I think that this isn't, like I said before, this isn't a throwing money at it. This is a sustainable solution by using the technology. So some of the stuff that we do is your building management, which is at your power metering. So it goes into all the problems we've got here. From that, we've got problems with Eskom and that. So it's how do we add value to the hospitals by metering power? It might be hospitals, it might be schools, it might be buildings. Again, on the security side of it as well. So that in general is how we look at healthcare. Agriculture, you know, agriculture, farming nowadays without technology is not a sexy thing that people want to get into. We've got to use technology in there, make it efficient, that you can farm. And like we said earlier, there's enough resources on this continent, in our country now, to sustain. You know, we've got to do it effectively, make sure that we use the technology again, like I said, healthcare, agriculture, and that'll make a massive difference using automation. Next slide, please. Okay, that's the bulk of it, and if there are any questions, please don't hesitate.
Not necessary questions, particularly CCTVs, okay? Glenn specializes with CCTVs. Right now, if our parliament had Ulwembu, the building would not have been banned. Can we be practical? Is that right? So this technology is here. So some of you TVET colleges, some of you multimillionaires who are watching, also in our homes, security is becoming key, access control is becoming key. So please, at the end of the sessions, Glenn will be there, Sipo will be there, and let's give Brother Glenn a wonderful round of applause.
Thank you, thank you.
But now let's do the demonstration. Andre, let's do the demonstration. And President, unfortunately, we're going to make you like a guinea pig. We're going to bring you here because we want to demonstrate exactly what we're talking about with the system. He will share what the system is all about. And then we would like for President Sanele to do that. And then when we are finished, Brother Ned, you'll be doing the motivational session. And Abdul with me, I'm done. After I sit down, you will wrap up, thank everybody, do that thing for Arnold, then I'm done, okay? But before you do that, House Angie, thank you so much. Again, don't leave when we finish. We need to talk business with the other guys. That's why you're close to me there, okay? Maybe they don't even know who I'm talking about. Just stand up, let them see you for a minute. This is the former mayor of Guyana. She's with Cocta, and she's working with mines and things like that. Please, let's give her a wonderful round of applause. Thank you so much. Babu Sanelio, okay, finish your team, then when you're ready, he will call you then. Go ahead, Andre, let's go for it, bro.
Good afternoon, everyone, again. I'm very happy to be able to show you and to discuss this as part of a collaboration with SIBA. We've been talking about this sometime since our last meeting, and it's coming to the fore, and it's coming to happen. So we're very, very chuffed. The product that we're going to be talking about now is called Life Test, and we'll be working with Ulwembu with this as we take it into the marketplace together. So big thanks to Dr. David and the ICANN Foundation and just for putting it all together. It's been an absolute pleasure. The use case here, and forgive me, let me just walk across. The use case is going into the marketplace to do medical testing. Now, typically, if with the pandemic you wanted to test for COVID, you'd have to go and you'd have to book, and it was an expensive exercise, and you'd have to wait a lot of time. If you have diabetes, or you think you have diabetes, or your doctor thinks you've got diabetes, then you have to book an appointment, you have to draw blood, you have to send your blood away. There's a lot of logistics involved, and a lot of risk and a lot of cost. So we could shorten the value chain by building a solution that is able to do this rapidly. Can you imagine going for a cholesterol test and on the same machine going for a diabetes test, on the same machine going for a pregnancy test, on the same machine, well, if you're a lady, on the same machine going for a COVID antigen test or an antibody test, having a brain tumor scan, I mean, it's gastric issues, all on the same device, and all within 15 minutes. Okay, each 15 minutes. And we're going to demonstrate that to you now. We're just going to do a quick COVID test. Now, the 15 minutes isn't the time that it takes to do the diagnosis. The 15 minutes is the time it takes for the chemical reaction from the sample, be that a blood sample, a urine sample, a nasal swab, blood plasma. That gets put onto a cartridge, which Jeremy Clark Kent is going to show us in a moment. That chemical reaction on the cartridge takes 15 minutes. Once it goes into the device, it only takes 10 seconds. The most amazing thing is that we've put a whole e-commerce solution around it. The most amazing thing is that it hits your phone instantaneously, your certificate. So instead of drawing blood Or first you go to the doctor says go to the lab draws blood, the lab sends blood away, you wait for the lab to come back with blood, that goes to your doctor, then you go back to your doctor. That has been changed to 15 seconds. And the costs have come down dramatically. So we're about to embark on a pilot in a neighboring country where this will be tested across 3 border posts. 3 border posts. You come into the border, either at an airport or at a land border, you'll scan your card or pay for the test, you get your 5-digit code, that 5-digit code gets put into the device, your payment has got your ID and your mobile number, so when that device has tested you, it goes direct to you. Of course, if this was implemented at a hospital, or at a doctor, or a health practitioner, or a corporate for truck drivers, we're talking to a really big, one of South Africa's largest transport or logistics businesses, it'll go to their office because it might not be appropriate for the patient to get the information straight away. There might be a counseling process needed. So all of those things are built in. But effectively, pay with your card, go for the test, and it hits your phone, and that data is available in the cloud. And I know that Uwemba is doing some amazing things around creating a record, a patient record, a lifetime record of your health as well. So you'll notice that the device is portable. Sorry, Jimmy, would you hold up? So the device that we're talking about is that device over there. Okay, so it's completely portable. Wherever there's cell phone signal, you're able to perform these tests. So all of a sudden, it speaks to creating job creation of note, creating franchises, taking it into schools, taking it into colleges, taking it to workplaces. There's no reason why you shouldn't know if your sugar levels are high or if there's a health issue. So what we're going to do, well, perhaps just, Jeremy, would you like to start it and then I can take questions from the floor? Sure. Okay. Dr. Dave, who was our patient? Sir, please. Okay. This is a test you don't have to study for, sir. Please, have a seat. So Jeremy's just going to take a nasal swab, and you'll see how quickly this is going to happen. Just while Jeremy is doing that, would it be in order, Doc, if I took questions? Yes, afterwards. Okay. Okay. What you would have noticed, though, it wasn't those tests, if I'm correct, sir, that go back into right down to your cortex at the back. It's just in the front of your, sorry, the test does not, it's a nasal swab. It doesn't go all the way down into your lungs, which is a lot more comfortable. Just while Jeremy's doing that, there's going to be a little process now of the chemical reaction to take place. But assuming this had been a transaction, and the good sir had paid with his good money, he would have gone onto the record already. So we'd have his mobile number, we'd have his name, his surname, etc. That will actually then populate his medical certificate. By the way, if the first question should be, is this SAPRA accredited and approved? And the answer to that would be yes. This technology originates from Zurich in Switzerland, and so it's already accredited across 5 or 6 different European countries, and it's the norm. It's now become the standard there. So we are quite chuffed to be able to do it for you. Are there any questions? There must be the big question. There's always the big question. Yes. Not yet, ma'am, but we're looking for partners to help us partner.
Thank you for the tip. We're going to be starting with JMPT first, okay, as a pilot, then we can take it from there.
Brilliant. Brilliant, thank you. Does nobody want to know what it costs? Okay, how much do you think that little machine could possibly cost? So really, the device is not where, yes ma'am, sorry.
I get my results from the machine. I that medical record
So
my GP then transpose this into that so that it becomes part of my profile.
Very good question. There's 2 answers to that. If some of the tests are made available to the public, for example, COVID antigen testing, in which case you would get it directly to yourself and you can forward that to your medical practitioner. However, if you visited your doctor and it was something a little bit more sensitive, then the results would go to the doctor first, and he would then relay that to you, and it would be on your file already. So it either goes via your doctor, or it goes directly to you. It could also go through your corporate. So if your corporate has got health clinics, it can also go through the corporate space. But it's always, with your consent. Always. You control, it's your data. That's the first point. There was another point that I wanted to make. Oh, you have the option to have a pathology lab sign-off as well. So although it's SAHPRA accredited, you can have the option for a nominal fee. It's 20 or 30 rand more. You can actually have it signed off by a pathology lab. So I was coming back to the price. So everybody thinks it's about buying the device. Remember, tech is just tech. So we don't sell the device, we sell the solution. At the last meeting we had here, if you have a business case where you think that this can be deployed largely, I'm sure we'll be talking collectively from here on in, hopefully. Yes.
Well, already Craig is saying he sees this in his company, so maybe right there, that's a deal right there.
Fantastic, sir.
No.
Yeah. Is it with or without the 10%? Always with. Yeah. Okay. So typically, the device, if there's scale and there's volumes, we don't charge for the device. So if you've got a business case where there's going to be a lot of throughput, we put that device in free of charge. So it's based on the business case. If there isn't, if for example, there's and we do this, where nurses who have got time, they want to, entrepreneurial spirit, they want to go do house calls. Or there was a time when during COVID, where the hospitals were sending the patients home just to free up beds, but they needed to be looked after. The nurses were purchasing the devices, and then they were actually, it was a little business, it's quickly, pop-up business, they were going, and they were doing that. People needing to go on flights, for example. Quick, easy, portable. So in that case, we sell the one-off device because it's just a one-off entrepreneur. And then you're looking at about 60 to 70,000 rand, again, depending on the type of testing you envisage doing, and the volumes you anticipate going forward. That's the cost for the device. The cartridge varies depending on the test that we're doing. So if we're doing a test for tumors or gastric issues or complicated scenarios, the costs can range up to an enormous 400 rand, 400 and 450. But the test we're performing now is ranging at around about between 120 to 160 rand.
And it's all SAHPRA approved, that's important to mention.
100% correct. All SAHPRA approved.
How long is it valid for, at least in terms of the lifespan of it sitting dormant?
Depending again on the test, but everything is batch coded, so the box you get it in has got a QR code, and it's got the full legacy, blockchain, the full, when it was made, where it was made, when it was delivered, when it went through the border, when it was delivered, etc., etc. If we obviously, if we're doing cross-border stuff. So it's between a year to a year and a half.
Yeah, but we leave the president. We'll come to the question.
Okay, all right. I see. Are you nervous, sir? Okay, thank you. Because Jeremy will be loading the records up shortly. Yes, ma'am. Thank you for asking. Great question. Tested in Europe, so in European standards, 98% accurate. More accurate than a PCR. More accurate. And we've got use cases which we have documented, which we are going to send through, where, for example, our test will show that your antibody spike has already climbed, and the PCR says you have a negative test. 2 days later, when you get the symptoms, you go back and the PCR says you're actually... So obviously this is a use case here. Jeremy will now show that he's adding a transaction.
And they saw my name because I've done it also.
Yes, that's right. Doc did it at the last conference. The fact that we have the data here means we can share the data by permission with any other environment. So if you have any environment that does have a digital record and you'd like to add this, it can be added. It can also remind you. So if you do your diabetes test today, you probably need to do it again within the next 6 to 12 months if you do have a high level. And you can get a reminder to say you're now due you can then schedule and book your next test. Okay, I'm being tested with your test today. Okay, I'm starting to sweat. So that's the 5-digit code. It'll randomly generate if you've paid. So once you pay, you get that 5-digit code. So all my details are now stored behind that, and my data is protected. No human being actually touches the data once that has happened. There's no interaction beyond that.
So I've just inserted the test cartridge into the device, and I've typed in the 5-digit code. All I need to do is the test point of care test, and then process the test cartridge.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Mississippi 6, Mississippi 7, Mississippi 8. Oh, good. Oh, that's good. That's very good, sir. Well done, sir. Well done. So we've also got, for example, a QR code that will validate it. So you can't fraudulently issue these because that certificate has got an electric record, almost like an NFT. I won't get down that road, but understanding that it is certifiable. Are there any questions? Please, sir. So,
yeah, it was a manual entry. It was a manual entry, so it was just my quick maths mistake.
So but well spotted. So normally, that 5-digit code that you saw up there, so there will normally never be human involvement. That's how this was built. Just for the demonstration, we've got Jeremy now because we didn't do a credit card payment. But when you do the e-commerce payment, you type in your ID number, you type in your date of birth, you type all those records in once, and that's into a safe, secure payment environment where you pay for your test. That data then appears on the certificate. So there's no chance for human intervention, as you've seen tonight. It's just this afternoon. That's exactly why we've built it that way. Any other questions? Yes, sir.
Does it validate that the test was true? I mean, that it actually was correctly done?
So, good question, very good question. In order to perform these tests, you have to go through training and become an accredited operator yourself. So not anybody can just buy it. You actually have to do the training. And you have to have a medical. There is an entry-level medical qualification, and you have to perform the training to be an accredited service provider. In which case, your business as a medical service provider, your logo appears on the certificate, your name appears on the certificate. So if there is anything untoward, it's on your brand. Okay, good. Thank you, sir. I'm glad to let you know that you're healthy. Good, thanks. Thank you, sir. Thank you for your time. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, all good things must come to an end. What an inspired 2 days. I've been inspired. Have you been inspired? But before that, and we always need motivation. There's a difference between motivation and inspiration. Motivation is something that sort of manipulates you, I believe, but inspiration is something that comes from inside. When you're inspired, you get touched and you get inspired. We've got a motivational speaker, an inspirational speaker who's going to touch you and inspire you. I would like to call upon Ned.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. All right, I'm motivated by smiles. So please smile at your neighbor. Show them your Colgate teeth, that you brushed them this morning. Thank you so much, Dr. Malapo, Ma'am Faith, for having us here. We don't take this lightly. Our SG, we honor you, sir. Other esteemed guests who are here, all protocol observed, thank you so much for your attention. My name is Ned Nedziwe. I come from the land of milk and honey called Zimbabwe, the most beautiful place in the continent. Amen, somebody. All right. My role today, let's go, Arnold. My role today is to simply talk to you along the discourse we have had here today. So many great speakers before me. The challenge of going last is that you got nothing to say anymore because everybody else had gone said it. But prayerfully we'll be okay today. Future skills, future technology. I've looked at my discourse and my presentation from a slightly different angle. So this is our agenda today. We are going to consider where we are in our technology journey in this world, first of all, as humanity as a whole, and particularly as Africa. So you start from the past, those who have missed IT or IT, as in some of us have totally missed it. We are still in the 1970s in our processes and how we do things, so we've missed it. Others have kind of caught on, others have nailed it, others are doing not too badly. We then move into the present where we must define where we are. You gotta understand where we are if you're gonna make a change. You gotta understand technology, you gotta know your status quo. Where am I? What skills do I have? What skills do I not have? What opportunities are there? What risk am I taking in what I'm doing, how I'm doing it, and how I am not doing it? Because sometimes in life you are not punished just for the things you do, but you are punished for the things you do not do. You look to predict the future, and when you're doing that, you must then look at your environment. Some of us, particularly economics and so on, we call it a personal environment assessment. You want to look at your legislative environment. You want to look at your policy, your legal environment, and so on, because these are the things that affect your ability to do the things that you really do need to do. Because if those things are not permitting, then you are not able to do certain things that you need to do. And by the same token, in our current environment where everything is now doable, you then need legislation to come in and protect, like the Poppy Act and so on, because unfortunately when people are doing what they do, a lot of our morals and our moral character has gone out through the window because people see nothing wrong with injuring each other online. I was so angry with a guy, we've all read about Rihanna, the musician Fenty, and whoever she's with, she's pregnant, and some guy decides to go on the internet and write a story about them and lie that the guy was cheating, almost ruining their relationship. That is people. So in this environment of the social media and everybody getting to be able to do what they do, certain people may then decide that they're an expert on you and write all sorts of nonsense about you. That's why we have a Poppy Act, which then protects the average human being from those who tell lies about others. Arnold, we're not tracking? We are now on slide number 3, I think. Okay, I'm going to carry on. Arnold will catch up with us. So, ladies and gentlemen, we are in the environment of technology. In fact, I like to call it hyper-technology. Technology has grown so fast and is moving so fast that so many are getting left behind, and it's getting frightening. If you do not do your part, if you do not wake up, you will disappear. So I've got a slide which we are not seeing here about some great brands we used to know, that are no longer there. Why? Because they fell on the wayside of the technology race. You will remember there used to be a company called Kodak. Those guys there, they used to be everything, you know. They used to be significant. Everything back in the day, cameras were around Kodak. They didn't see that cameras are going to disappear and be resident here. They didn't see that. I know there are a few photographers here. Those are the professionals, not the average person. I've only ever bought one camera in my whole life, and I didn't like it, and this came, and I have no need for a camera. IBM actually refused the software revolution that Bill Gates started. He used to work for IBM. IBM didn't see that future, and Bill Gates asked them, they released him. Look at him today. They didn't see it. They didn't see it. You have people like AOL who have all but disappeared. BlackBerry. There used to be something. Now they are nothing. With BlackBerry, it was a combination of failing to see where tech was going as well as arrogance. You will be punished for arrogance. Sorry, I'm not motivating you right now, huh? And other companies you can talk about. Yahoo is the predecessor, the precursor to the ones we see today. They used to be meaningful, and yet they have gone and disappeared. Today in our world, there is something I like to call new wealth. Wealth of the past was based on the land, agriculture. That's the biblical model. It was agriculture. You would grow a crop. Not that that has disappeared because we still need to eat. There was agriculture. There was goats, there was sheep, there was cattle. That's what our business model was. But I need to announce here today that that model has changed. Yes, those are still there, but even in that space, they are changing. They now grow beef in a laboratory. They grow beef. They will take a cell from a cow, they will put it through a laboratory process, and they'll give you a steak. It is meat. It's not a pate made of soy and all. No, it is meat grown in a lab. And here we are still running around wanting to have 100,000 cattle on our ranches. We are falling behind real fast, ladies and gentlemen. The Australians and the Americans are leading in that technology. It is beef. It's just, call it, this is the wrong word, but it is cloned beef. Why are they doing it? Because they are saying that cattle are one of the biggest problems we have to our climate change because they produce a lot of methane. So they are trying to get rid of cattle in terms of getting the climate change side of things right, eliminating the methane. So they are growing beef in a lab. New wealth, ladies and gentlemen. The old wealth, big labs, big this, big that, great. New wealth, ladies and gentlemen, is in the world of the cloud. It is no longer tangible. It is something else. When I sit here listening to some of the guys, your Ilwembus and things like that, they are doing big things that are not even tangible. Well, let me demonstrate my point. The biggest 10 companies we have on earth are all cloud-based companies. All of them. Whether you want to talk about Apple, you want to talk about Microsoft, you want to talk about Alphabet, you want to talk about Facebook or Meta as they are now called, these are all cloud-based companies. And the list goes on. So we then have a challenge, ladies and gentlemen, for those of us who love our manufacturing. Like my brother Craig here, he's a big manufacturer, as am I. How then do you deal with a world that is moving so fast, your technology to manufacture is becoming obsolete by the day? If you look at these companies, multi-trillion-dollar companies in value, multi-trillion. The largest now, which is Aramco, the Saudi oil company, has just overtaken Apple. They are worth some $2.something trillion. One company. We should be hiding under the table, Africa. that a single company could be worth much more, 100 times more than all of Africa put together. But I must also announce, in that shame, if we may call it, that in fact there lies our opportunity. Africa is far behind. Somebody called Africa young yesterday. The advantage of being young is that you can leapfrog. The challenges others have gone through, changing technology over time, from this to that to that. Africa has the privilege that we don't have to go through those 10 stages of technology advancement. We simply go to the best that is available today. So our behindness is helping us to leapfrog. Our being behind on the tech is helping us to come to the front with new and current tech right now. These are things we have seen even at global war levels, where the British, or say for example the Japanese, their navy was destroyed during Second World War. That gave them an opportunity for renewal. Start with a brand new fleet, whereas the British continued with their old fleet that beat the Japanese fleet. But the Japanese, in being defeated in Second World War, was an opportunity for a brand new fleet. High-tech, current, today's trends. What are the winning methods that we see in these millionaire, trillionaire clubs, these huge companies? They were pre-digital at some point, and they've gone through several processes all the way to where they are now, which is digital pure play. These guys, they don't deal with paper anymore. Whereas for me, I love paper. I still print things. These guys are digital, pure, and simple. It's good, it has its downsides, especially if you hacked, like what happened to Yahoo a little while ago, or with these guys who are hijacking your computer systems out of Russia and so on. We saw that happen to a fuel company in the US, and for a couple of weeks, the whole of a certain part of the US had no fuel because somebody had hijacked the fuel system or their computers and so on. It happens, so you need to make sure that that is covered, of course. But the point is that these teams now are fully digital. They are doing some amazing things with bold disruption that is causing the changes we are seeing today and admiring. It's time we stopped admiring Silicon Valley and began to do what we are doing right here in South Africa, right here in Johannesburg, and begin to spread it across our own great continent. There are patterns you can see in what these people are doing and how well they are doing it. Let me jump for the sake of time. Effects of technology trends in the coming little while. Next level process automation and virtualization. 50% of today's work activities could be automated by 2025. 50%. They could all be automated. The future of connectivity. Up to 80% of the global population could be reached by 5G coverage by 2030. I like that Funzi can be accessed via 2G, which gives it great accessibility even in the most basic technology. That's great right there, and helps Africa gets connected. But 80%, up to 80%, could be on 5G in just another 7 years. Distributed infrastructure. Greater than 75% of enterprise-generated data will be processed by edge or cloud computing by 2025. And some of us are still very pleased with 3G. Next generation computing, in excess of $1 trillion value potential in quantum computing by cases of full scale. It will be full scale by maybe 2035, we believe. By the way, this comes from McKinsey. Applied AI, future programming, trust architecture, biorevolution, I like this one. Cost reduction for sequencing of the human genome, that has already been achieved. Next generation materials. You were talking the other day at the cocktail yesterday, day before, about how your materials have changed from those long gloves we used to have. Your materials are changing. Future materials will be nanotech based, and so on and so on. That's where it's going. So what becomes of the cotton industry if that's where we are focused? Things are changing real fast. There is a slide there I have on data trains, but we're not going to go through that for the sake of time. This slide will be available. It will be circulated. Again, that's from McKinsey. We found that very, very interesting. And the demographic there, next slide, the demographic that interested me the most on this one is the public sector. How the public sector is behind in everything except one: democratization and distribution of decision making. This relates to blockchain, whatever. But if you notice there, they are either 0 or 1. Our public sector needs to get jacked up with the tech. They need to, desperately. Again, they don't have to go through Microsoft XP and Windows 1, 2, 3, 4, up to 10. They can just get right up to 10. They can leapfrog in that respect. And some of the things we are hearing about clinics just go a long way in helping that kind of thing. Technology trends and underlying technologies, next level process automation, Internet of Things at industrial level, global process virtualization, future connectivity, 5G and Internet of Things, distributed infrastructure, which is your cloud computing, your edge computing, next generation computing, quantum computing, where you are processing quantums of data, not our current processors. Those are going to be surpassed real fast because there is bigger and better things that are coming. What are our future skills that we should be looking at? Directed learning, directed self-learning. I'm so glad many educators are here. The president of one particular organization are here, but we need to understand that this is where we are headed. And Africa can't afford to get left behind. So in our planning for the future, not even the far future, the immediate future, we have to take some of these things into consideration. Self-directed learning, critical thinking, creative thinking, collaboration and leadership. Collaboration, leadership. Guys, we have to determine, I know there's competition out there, but we have to determine that we are going to be leaders in our space. Whatever space you are participating, you have to determine that you're going to be in the top 5. Being in the top 7, 20, whatever, does not matter. We all know of WhatsApp. How many other companies that do what WhatsApp does do you know? You only know the leader. In very few spaces will you know a number of such organizations that are competing. You will know the one you like, everybody else you will ignore, because you've got the one that you do like. So we have to aspire to leadership in our various spaces while we continue to collaborate. Communication in all forms, entrepreneurship, that's a favorite of mine, social and emotional skill, knowledge, ability, and aptitude. These are some of the key skills that will affect our futures. And if we are not teaching our teachers critical skills, critical thinking, that they can then pass on to the students and the learners that they have, then those learners are going to get left behind. Ladies and gentlemen, in this environment, it is no longer enough to teach our children to aspire to a good job. It is necessary that we teach them to aspire to become entrepreneurs. VW used to have an advert here that I used to watch on a DSTV that I liked so much. So a guy drives into I don't know what we call them. A guy drives into Soweto with his nice VW car. His little brother is watching, standing there with his friend. His friend makes a comment to this guy whose brother is driving through the neighborhood, is